Sorry for the technical difficulties. I don't even know what that was about, but we were able to come back on.
Yo, what's up guys? I'm Epic Will. I play Fortnite professionally for NRG, and my trio is Arkham and Rex.
Our Epic Will operates so well in these moments.
I've been playing competitive Fortnite for probably a little over 2 years now. My fondest memory of playing competitive Fortnite, it's definitely just gotta be after World Cup, the LAN, getting third in solos. My aspirations in the esports space are just to continue like branding myself as a top Fortnite player. It's mostly just staying on top like competitively. My favorite game mode right now would probably be duos, but trios is definitely probably the best competitive game mode. Just the way that having 3 people on a team works, I don't know, I just think trios is like a good number for competitive. Yeah, I think our trio will probably win this season again. You never really know. With the 12-game format, it should be pretty, like the best team should win most of the time. Yo, thanks for watching guys. I'm Epic Will, and you can follow me on Twitter, YouTube, or Twitch, all at Epic Will with a K.
What up, Fortnite fam? It's your boy Zeke. Today, we're hanging out with a trio from NA West. We've got Quinn, Wave, and Cool standing by, and we're gonna find out how well they know each other. It's time for Trio Trivia. Who's always cracking jokes at the wrong time?
Quinn, I guess.
Me? No, it's definitely Cool. Like, yeah, I remember this one time. Cool. We were in a late game. We were like shambles. We didn't have a lot of loot, and then I think it was a cash cup or something. And Cool said a joke or something, or was laughing, and then Quinn just got on and he was like, "Why are you laughing right now?"
If one of you guys has to 1v3 another trio, which one of you is gonna be the winner?
It's definitely Cool.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
It's not me.
right.
That's all I know. It's either Wave or Cool. They're both insanely talented, so I would definitely have one of them.
All right, here's a tough one. Describe your team dynamic in one word.
I would say adaptive. I feel like we're definitely one team that can do anything. If it's high ground, mid ground, low ground, we always know how to find a way to win. And I think that's why we've been really successful, is because we sort of experiment in all different types of scenarios.
Yeah, I was thinking flexible. Like, we do a lot of different stuff, and it usually tends to work out.
Yeah, that's probably the best.
If you had to choose one celebrity to join your trio, who would it be?
Have you seen Snoop Dogg play Fortnite?
Snoop Dogg?
I would choose Snoop Dogg. Yeah.
Was he good?
I feel like Nav would be the play though. Because Nav's a good Fortnite player, and I know that he's definitely played before. Yeah, so I would choose Nav, and I think we all like Nav too. He's a music artist from Canada. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Probably Soulja Boy or something.
Soulja Boy
in the
is
sneeze endgame, yeah.
What's been the best memory you guys have playing together?
I think the best memory was in the Booga Cup when Cool clutched up endgame, and we made money. That was our first earnings as a trio, and that made me think yeah, this is gonna be a good trio.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Our first win was pretty cool too in Nemesis Finals.
I would definitely say the Booga Cup win was pretty nuts because it sort of incorporated all of us as a team, even though Cool was alive. I remember Wave calling out a flip knock play, and then Cool was able to execute it, and then ended up winning us the last game, which ended up putting us in 3rd place, which is insane for us.
Big shout outs to Quinn, Wave, and Cool. Thank you guys so much. It was so much fun having you on and talking about all these incredible things. Until next time, Fortnite fam, we love you, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Yo, what's up guys? It's Epic Will, and my pro tip would be to grind edit courses to improve your mechanics. To improve your mid game, edit courses are going to help a lot, just because you'll be able to stay alive longer in fights and get quick eliminations more often. One tip I'd give specifically for edit courses is if there's a part in the map that you struggle with, you can load into your own creative map and recreate that part of the map, but like times 5. The most important thing when trying to improve your time in edit courses is definitely repetition. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. I'm Epic Will, and that's my
up, beautiful fans of Fortnite from wherever you're visiting, watching from, or hanging out with us? It's great to have you. What's going on? This is the FNCS. The finals, by the way. That's right, the last stop in our competition, NA West. We got done with EU. Crazy games. 8 of them, in fact. NA East. Crazier games. I don't even know how that's possible. But now, our final stop, NA West. You know, we had to bring out the big guns. We've got Kelly. We've got Panda. And we also have the Jean Jacket Gang.
Look at that. Ooh.
We definitely planned that.
Truth be told, they were jealous of my jean jacket style, so they decided to jump on the train. If you would like to jump on the jean jacket train, just feel free to get yourself a jean jacket. It looks stylish no matter what anyone tells you. They're just jealous.
That's how we're going to start off our day, huh?
I thought Kelly was going to just pick it up right there. We was going to say something, but I guess that's how we're starting our day. Okay,
Yep.
Hey, let's start the day, because we got a few things we want to cover before we jump into the game. Starting with watch.fortnite.com. It's a great way to view what you're already watching, but drops are enabled. There's some fun trivia, and to top it all off, you also have leaderboards on the right side of your screen so you can keep up with all of the action as it goes down. Next up, Major Glory. If you haven't seen it, this incredible new skin has hit the shop for the FNCS, repping the green, the gray, the white, the backbling. More Kismet created a brand new lobby track for this, and it is so dope. It's what you're hearing right now. It is a banger. 3 minutes of absolute craziness. So pick it up before it leaves, because it will be going once the FNCS is done. So if you want to snag it, if you're like, yo, I'd like to add that to my repertoire, do it soon, because it will be disappearing. Let's talk about the tournament format. What does let us hear? Qualifiers. A few things like a reboot round. Some semifinals. That happened last weekend. In case you've never watched an FNCS broadcast, it's super great that you're here. Also, got to shout out Party Royale, baby! What up? Throw them emotes out there. But Kelly, this is it. We made it to finals. Yesterday was insane, 6 games, and today we're pretty much prepared for another 6 crazy games.
It has been a long, arduous journey for these teams right here, and just the performance that we saw yesterday, I am so excited with the teams that we got. 2 teams coming from last season. You might be asking, isn't it supposed to be 3? Well, if you notice, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale in Qualifier 2 decided to disband, rejoin, because they wanted practice, maybe they wanted to show off a little bit, but that is why it was only 2 trios, the other 2 trios being Caleb's team as well as Kenshi's team moving on. But then, of course, through the 3 qualifiers, we had 3 teams moving on from each qualifier. Semifinals, it was 6 teams per 3 semifinals, and then, of course, the 4 reboot rounds.
Yeah, so a lot of people making their way through, but you may be wondering, how did they do that? Well, we got to talk about the points. We got to talk about how they're going to be able to put on points and place themselves well here today, and it's going to be placement heavy. 30 points for first place. That Victory Royale scoring you a lot of points, but you can't sleep on eliminations. Eliminations are 2 points each, and they provide a nice benefit. The balance between the two is what you need to find. We saw a lot of success with that earlier in EU and NA East. Now we got to see that replicated here on the West Coast.
And of course, all this leads us to the next point. Prize money. That's right, all 7 regions that we've already wrapped up. For the most part, -2, Brazil, and of course, NA West have some prizing. But being in NA West, we got to take a look at the prize breakdown here in this region specifically. $48,000 going to the first place trio, but everyone will walk away with something for making it here. The biggest takeaway, though, is the Axe of Champions. If your trio can come in first place, you get an in-game pickaxe that I myself created. Okay, story time. Get this. One time, I was like, oh man, you know what sounds great? I'm gonna get a hot air balloon. I go up in the hot air balloon. I'm eating delicious little crackers. There's a little bits of little meats on there, some little cheese. I'm like, oh, this is so good. And then a glint in my eye. What's that? What's that? Deep in the forest, a shine. I set the air balloon down, walk over. Gold? Take it, return it, digitize it Fortnite. What could I do with this? This is absolutely crazy. I have to do something with this. Axe of Champions is born. There it is. Now you know the true story and telling of how the Axe of Champions was created. Totally true. Don't look it up. Don't Google it. Don't do anything. Okay, guys, let's keep the ball rolling. We got to talk about Brazil, one of those regions that I said we wrapped up. And guess what? We can crown champions over there. It's Opai! I'm so sorry if I pronounced this wrong. Faison and GSX 328 points, 2 Victory Royales, 59 eliminations, and Kelly, an average placement of 9.6.
Yeah, they started off day 1 absolutely insane. They got 3rd place 3 times and a Victory Royale. They did have a few rough games, but they made it up in day number 2 there, ending it off in a 9th place finish. But the biggest thing is that they are 50 points ahead of 2nd place. It wasn't even close. This team right here, 59 eliminations. That's 10 more than any other team had. Or I'm sorry, it's not 10 more than any other team had, but still 50 points ahead of the rest, walking away with $90,000 there, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, look, and walking away with a big chunk of the change, but you gotta shout out some of these other teams like Red Leaf, Frosty, and Pagode. They did an exceptional job with 280 points. But like Kelly mentioned, Opie's team had a 50-point lead, or just short of 50 points. I mean, that is just incredible to think about, the consistency that came out of that team. But congratulations to the top 10 coming out of Brazil. Honestly, huge shout out to them for all the work that they put in, because they definitely put in some work today.
Oh, yeah, and you might see second and third place. They're tied for the same points. Well, the tiebreaker does go to the team that has a victory royale. And although I'm sure they're happy with their $51,000, Kadu's team did not grab a VR, unlike Frosty's team there. So that's why they're sitting in second place.
Yeah, definitely one thing that you'll take into the books for next season, right? You'll think about that going in. You're like, you know what? Maybe we got to focus on that VR a little bit more. It might make more sense to get one of those. Especially in a situation like that. I mean, it's got to be one of those things that will stick with you. You will remember that next season.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, though, you can't be too mad about placing high and walking away with a bunch of prize money for you and your trio. Of course, the notoriety of your friends, your peers. Of course, that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of today. So even if they don't come in first place, the trio that you want to root for, as long as they place high, they're walking away with a bigger cut. So let's keep the ball rolling. We got to take a look. Keep the ball rolling, though. My brain is running so fast right now. Let's take a look at some of the standings coming out of day one. So remember, this is a 2-day format. We started with 6 games yesterday, and now we're back for another 6. At the end, though, Babs, Kenshi, Snacky, this trio that kind of really has blossomed in the finals has come to try and dethrone Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. Kelly, they're trying to be the 4-time back-to-back FNCS Trios champions in NA West.
Listen, all right?
Oh, no.
In Season 6, they were in this literal position. They were in first place. Arkham Rex and Epic Whale were only 10 points behind them, and Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky unfortunately had a better day than they did day 2. But this is a new tournament. It's a whole new season, and we might see a new team jump on top. But I do actually want to correct myself. Yesterday at the top of the show, I said that Arkham Rex and Epic Whale notoriously have poor performances in day 1. I couldn't have been more wrong. Since Season 4, after day 1, they've never placed below 3rd. So this is exactly where they want to be. They constantly have a good day 1, and then day 2, it only gets better for them. So although I'd love to say, Panda, that Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky, or Falconer, Reet, and Chris are in a great position right now to overtake them, this is exactly where they have been the last 4 seasons.
Yeah, and speaking of where people are, we got to talk about 11th through 20th, because they're still in contention here. With 6 games remaining, it's anybody's game. With these points that you can get, 30 points for a victory royale, 2 points for elimination, I mean, there's still so much potential to climb the leaderboard. So if you find yourself here in one of these positions, you still have a ton of potential. And quick shout out there to Grim, Squishy, and Fletch. They're right there on the cusp of closing in on that top 10. I think they're going to attempt to do that today.
Well, look, 13th, 14th, and 15th all have victory royales. So I think it's a little... You could have a good game. You could have a good game with 10 eliminations, 15 eliminations. But if you're not able to consistently place in the top in the end game, then you're not going to fight with the big boys. You're going to be sitting in that 10th through 20th place right there. But now shifting focus onto one of our incredible teams right here. Of course, it's Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels. They got 3rd place last season, currently sitting in 6th place.
Yeah, doing an exceptional job at that. You see, they've been very, very consistent. They've done a lot of things right, but will they be able to maintain that momentum into day 2? This is one thing that I've noticed is some people, they may have a great day 1, but they can't bring that same energy into day 2. But speaking of someone that had a comeback in day 1, it's Quinn, Cool, and Wave. Had a rough start there in the beginning. They found themselves contested at Steamy Stacks, but ended up turning it around and finding themselves in the top 10 at the end of the day.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of similarities between these two teams right here. Kind of starting off a little slow, a little rough, and then ending off the day with Victory Royale here for Quinn's team. Caleb's team, actually the second place team against Quinn's team in that final game right there. And finally, we're going to look at our 8th place team. It's Chicken, Kytrex, and Mechton. This team has had such a polarizing day yesterday. They're either placing 3rd or they're placing 26th. And unfortunately, that's not enough. They can't be placing 26. At least place 17th, because that's when you're starting to get a little bit more placement points. And obviously, I can't ask that for these players. But for right now, I want to look back to the map because we had a lot of drop spot changes yesterday. We had someone from Lazy Lake go on to Steamy Stacks. Dirty Docks eventually moved over to Caddy Corner. So I love to see that. I love to see these small adjustments that these teams are making. They might just not work out.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to focus on the engagements in Caddy Corner. Like Kelly mentioned, one of the teams, EXE, moved from Dirty Docks over to Caddy Corner. I mean, just an adjustment that we weren't expecting, but now that we have it, we got to pay close attention. The other thing, too, Steamy Stacks, right? We talked about how Wave, Cool, and Quinn were contested yesterday, but they found some success later on in the round. Will they be able to continue that success? Or will that contention just continue to drag them down? That's what we need to focus on here today. Kelly, what do you think about some of these other teams here on the map?
So we saw yesterday that there is so much congestion on the eastern, northeastern side, and we had a ton of southwestern zones, which is exactly what Arkham Rex and Epic Whale want. They also are doing great jobs car rotating out of Believer Beach, making it to the zone before pretty much any other team is doing great dead side rotations as well. And I think it really comes down to their POI, Believer Beach, with just the zones that we saw yesterday and how sparse the teams are. They're able to grab great eliminations or great storm surge tags at the start because we have teams at Boney Burbs and Holly Hatchery, but really when the zone starts to get to zone 4, zone 5, that's when all the other teams converge and they're already there. So there's no team that's going to try and get close to them. No one's going to drop on them, but if anyone wants to dethrone Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, it has to be when they're rotating, because once they make it to the end game, that's where they dominate. Literally, their Victory Royale was off of the low ground. It's not, they don't even care about height.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to say the least what they're able to do out of Believer Beach, especially considering they have people all around them. So if they need to focus on Surge, maybe they feel that they're behind, they can do that from several different angles. So they have Coral Castle as an option. They have Pleasant Park. They have Boney Burbs. I mean, they have so much going there for them. It really makes them probably feel pretty comfortable going into day 2, especially considering they ended second on the day.
It's just terrifying, man. For so long, we thought they weren't going to be, like, the weird part is, like, halfway through the competition, we're like, oh, they're not doing well, like, oh, and it's like, yeah, well, they're kind of supposed to be doing that, it's like on purpose, and we're like, no, like, maybe that's it, they're not going to hit the 4-time back-to-back, and then they end the day in second place, and I'm like, man, the problem is as well, you know, Kelly, is that, like, I want to see them win the 4 times back-to-back, but I also want to see someone else, like, take it from them. So maybe we just do both. I'll just go find some more gold out there. I'll craft 3 more active champions. It's a competition. We can't do that. Okay, anyway, let's talk about more trios that we want to be keeping an eye on in the competition, because it's not just about Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. Other trios we think could potentially dethrone them, or perhaps just high-tier ballers.
Well, you say that, but we're literally going to be looking at Arkham Rex and Epic Whale as the next team. But right now, we're focusing on our first place team, which is Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs. This team right here has gone second place 2 seasons in a row. You have to feel for Commandment, Scented, and Eddie. Maybe this is going to be a similar situation like what we just saw in North American East. Landing out of Corny Complex, which I did say that Northeastern region is very congested, but I really feel like they're able to grab incredible... I mean, they've gone 3 double-digit elimination games, a lot of them being from early zones. Here we now are focusing on Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, grabbing a great performance, Panda.
Yeah, great performance indeed. And I think this is one thing we didn't see a lot of yesterday was heal-offs. So if these teams implement that into their game plan, we could see the Kings get dethroned, especially for a team like Kenshi's team, who they have a lot of success, and it seems like it's almost easy for them to make it to the end game. It's just about surviving to those final moments.
And finally, our third place team right here, Chris and Falconer. grabbed 6th place last season in day 1. Now they're ending up in 3rd place. So already having a better performance than they did in season 6. They never placed below 14th. But they also never grabbed a VR. However, they did have a few solo finishes. This team is the scrappiest team we have in NA West. Regardless of, here it is, Reet's run through Zone 9 right there. I don't even remember what game that was. I think that was game number 2 or game number 3. But just grabbing so many like much needed placement points, elims as well. But you can see it right here, Panda. Arkham Rex and Epic Whale every time. Even Sancho West eventually switched over his prediction yesterday. But Panda, you were telling me something earlier that you think another team is going to make it.
Okay, so I didn't want to make an official prediction change, right? Like, I didn't want to fully commit to this, but I have this odd feeling, and you can clip this. Reet, Falconer, and Chris, they're actually going to take it. They're going to come in first place. This is just a feeling that I had about an hour before we started. I was like, you know what, guys? I think this could be the change.
You just cast a curse to them.
No. This is Panda. He's an analyst, all right? He's not a caster for this show. So there you go. We given him the analyst blessing. They are, okay, so Arkham and Rex and Kenshi's team, those two teams, they're like in the same position that they were from last season in season 6 after day number 1. Falconer, Reet, and Chris are in a way better position than they were after day number 1 in season 6. So I kind of have to agree. They didn't have any bad games yesterday. I think 14th was the lowest that they placed. So they also got a 5th, a 2nd, a 6th, and 4th. They're kind of like a mini Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, where kind of whatever position that they're put into, they're able to adapt, they're able to adjust. But are they just a tiny bit below them, Panda?
So this is one thing I want to mention too. Going into yesterday, they didn't have any kind of like true warm-up or practice, but today, Reet, of course, had the solo cash cups to play and other things that they can utilize to warm up. So maybe that just shows that they can build off some momentum from those cash cups, come into FNCS and sweep it away. That's what I'm interested to see. Because, I just, as much as I want to root for Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale, I just have this feeling that something's going to change. Season 7.
Wait, why?
Listen,
Don't sit again.
You're looking over Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky, though. They're in first place. They've gone 2nd place twice. Why not them instead of Falconer, Reet, and Chris?
because if I would have rooted for them, that guarantees 2nd place for them. I said Edgy and Commandment were gonna come in first. That was my prediction for NA East. Naturally, they found themselves in 2nd for the 4th time. So look, if I say them, that solidifies them in 2nd place. But I genuinely believe that Reet, Falconer, and Chris have that solo impact that no other team has. So even if they do find themselves as solo players in the final moments of any of these games going in today, you will see they can make those points work in their favor.
We literally saw last game where it was Arkham versus Fav's team, and they had height. Kenshi and Snacky and Favs, they had height. They were doing it so dominantly, and Epic Whale literally rushes in and stops them from being able to get the heal off. Arkham grabbing, I think, the final elimination there. So literally, you could be doing everything right. You could be holding height, playing safe, playing smart, going for the heal off, and they're going to stop you, okay? So although I would love to give it to one of these other teams, and the first, 2nd, and 3rd are about 30 points away from the rest of the pack. So it is really, or at least for right now, we're focusing on these 3 teams, obviously. I don't know. I want it to be one of them, but it's not, right? It's going to be Arkham Rex and Epic Whale.
It's okay. So, like, in case you don't understand, like, why we're praising this team has won the last 3 FNCS in a row. Not like, like they've won one a while ago or like a year ago. Like, no, it's the 3 back-to-back. They're going for 4, right? They have the stats, like the actual statistics to back this claim up.
No, it's not just that. They also, one player won the solos FNCS, and then the other 2 won the duos together. They're already 4-time champs, just not as a trio.
As a trio, yeah. I mean, so, like, for the trio, like, yeah, they could more than likely do it. But once again, it's hard because, like, of course I want to see them succeed. But at the same time, like, it's now at that point where, like, it's like just close enough that I'm like, I kind of want to see them lose. Like if it was going for the 5 time, I'd be like, no, you guys have to go for the 5. But the 4, I'm like, that doesn't sound as clean. Maybe they could be dethroned. I don't know, but we'll have to see. Especially we're getting ready for the competition. We've got 30 seconds.
Real quick.
Is it still going on or not?
To go down before we get that next +3 points and we get in the cascading, but Rex picks up a knock onto Chicken right away, and you can see confirmation also coming down.
It wasn't working for some reason before.
But hey Clay, this is what we talked about. They made it into the end game, and at some point Reed is going to pop off. He's going to have that monstrous game. He's capable of doing it. We saw it last FNCS, and Rex though on the other side also very much capable of doing it.
Ooh. Anytime I see Rex with a shotgun like that, I know he's going to be hitting those shots. He's going to put the damage down. He's got some of the best shotgun aim comparable over to EU with Save It and his shotgun aim. Rex can hit ridiculous shots when it matters the most. And we talk about how they need to stay together in the end game, but this is one of the few skills. It doesn't really matter if they're alive together in the end game, as long as there's this, because they can operate so well on a solo performance. They'll find each other, they'll get back in some way or another, and they will pop off. But Caleb's outside and wheels. Currently, that high ground, and we know that high ground will usually win you the game.
Yeah, we can see a little bit more aggression going through. People are like, oh, hey, we can go and we can get it. NA West doesn't typically challenge high ground, but if everybody has that reasoning, then all of a sudden you end up with 2 or 3 teams up there who maybe aren't always used to being up there. And you can see Kenshi picking up a knock onto Jagbeer there, and all of a sudden, hello, they have 5 eliminations, even rocking out as the duo. Fabzy just doing his best to try and make room for Kenshi right now. You can see Andy on the backside of the zone also just trying to push through and get the additional placement points up on the high ground. Shots raining down, but nobody really super established up there. You see Falconer picking up a knock onto Regulator over on the side. We are going to have just a brief moment of surge here. We'll need 1 trio plus 1 more player to go down, but it should be happening relatively quick. Kenshi on the backside of the zone, super close to being out of builds. You can see 4. It's going to be down to 3 here in a second. If they push through here, they want to break into the backside of the tower. We see Kytrex being taken down. Surge still hammering away. You see front side of the zone. You have Wavy Jacob and his trio, Rex, Epic Whale, and Arkham hip to hip. Who's up on the high ground? Frapped by Alithian, symmetrical. We're able to rip it away in that 6-zone rotation. And here we go in the end game. A Solution Rodrigo gets taken out in the backside of the zone. So does Kenshi, and so does Olaf. So it's all going to be onto Fabzy as he's trying to push through. You can see just picks up 2 eliminations though. So regardless, they're going to be happy with it as they've now picked up a total of 7 going through. He's able to get the top 10 performance, but will fall.
How many points can Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex catch up to, though? That is the question. They were already looking at high ground and shooting him out. They could go for him just based on having more materials, but they're going to drop down. They're going to low ground where they operate, honestly, the best out of anybody here. But so is Falconer, Chris, and Reed. They are going down. Rex is unfortunately going to fall. They're now on to the shoulders of Epic Whale and Arkham. What can they do? Can they find anything? They got a lot of mats. They've got
they
a
got
lot
the
of
Ferrari
skin,
skin.
but they're going to have to start to drop down. Nice shot.
Got
That's
him.
going to be Reed going down. 3rd place, getting taken out by
Hell
second
yeah.
right now. Epic Whale trying to find Falconer, trying to find
Epic
Chris, but
Whale.
on to Reed was so good. That is the playmaker there. That is who they need to take out right on the other side of the wall. They'll gotta be careful. That's Falconer going down. Chris trying to make something happen, but Epic Whale says, hey, 1st place is out. We're 2nd. Let's just take out 3rd right now.
Got
That's
him.
Falconer going down. Look at Elam after Elam
Oh,
coming
shit.
through. No build. He's back into the box. Shots coming through.
No, he's
gonna
done.
go down, but he gets a lot of damage off.
That's monstrous, and you can see now
They're done.
Arkham down on the ground, just trying to continue pushing through, knows that placement points are to tick over as players on the backside of the zone are taken out, but unfortunately he goes down and still up on the high ground. Symmetrical Frapper and Alithy just raining shots. You can see backside of the zone, Hurtin trying to play a little bit of a heal off, just continue pushing through as now we have a 3v3 kind of, as BizCube barely has any HP on the bottom part of the zone. And just look at this, 7 elims working from the top down. Hurtin though going for a cheeky play, but Alithy is aware of it and he slaps that one down. We're gonna get a straight up 3v3 here to close off match number 7.
But they don't have the heal advantage like you talked about. Symmetrical up there does have the med kit and the chug cannon on to Alithy. They have 7, 8 eliminations. Alithy going down wants to make sure they get that heal off, so we'll send Frappe and Symmetrical down just to make sure they're just spraying out. They're trying to win this based off of full aggression. Shots come down. Alithy gonna drop down, get 1. His teammate's gonna get the rest. 7 eliminations for Alithy. They pick up the overall victory royale with 11, and what a great win. Symmetrical needed that to come through because we've talked about in the past, he's a snowball player. If he can get a good game under his foot, it's going to be hard to stop him.
Yeah, and that momentum rolling through a 52-point game to kick off day number 2. You have 5 more matches. We're talking about how you only have a top 3 who is super established, but all of a sudden, boom, they kick in the door with a performance like that. Let's kick it on over. Zeke, Kelly, Panda, take it away.
Okay, I low-key lost my mind there watching that drop down. I'm glad no one could see me on screen there because I looked like a fool losing my mind. I cannot believe Symmetrical and company were allowed to dominate the first game out of NA West like that. How could you guys let that happen? Clay is right there, snowball players, and now they're trying to snowball another 5 games. Kelly, is it possible?
Oh yeah, it's definitely possible with this team right here, and I do want to give a shout out to the one player that was trying to like do the sneaky heal off and run into zone, but Symmetrical, Alithy, and Frappe were so aware of just what was going on around them, and obviously when you have height, you have vision, so trying to sneak up on them, probably not your best bet right there. And then of course, the classic drop down where you really don't want to leave Arkham Rex and Epic Whale alive on the low ground, so instead of having all 3 of them drop down, Frappe stayed up top while it was Alithy and Symmetrical that dropped down right there. But where are they on the top 10?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing the climb, but looking at the top 10, Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky, despite losing Snacky early in that game, still maintain that first position spot. So honestly, props to them for being able to hold on just for a few minutes longer to get a couple more eliminations and a couple more placement points.
Oh man, at the very end there, you were talking about the drop off from Symmetrical's team, but my favorite one was Arkham Rex and Epic Whale on the mid ground, Falconer, Reet, and Chris on the low ground right below them. And it looked like for a moment when Rex went down that Falconer's team was going to win the engagement, but you can't go up against Epic Whale and Arkham, and unfortunately Reet, the solo powerhouse, went down early and the rest of his team followed suit.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's so much stuff going on the first page, but we got to talk about the second page, and there they are, Symmetrical, Alithy, and Frappe, finding themselves in 12th place, climbing the leaderboard just a little bit, but that's the momentum shift they need. That snowball effect that Clay was talking about, it's in effect now, and we should be able to see more of these games coming out here for Symmetrical, Alithy, and Frappe.
Honestly, it's not even a little bit of an adjustment. They were in 22nd place at the start of that game. So to jump up 10 points in the first game of the day, where yesterday the highest that they placed was 9th with 1 elimination, yeah, this is actually a huge jump for them. I'm really excited to see how they're going to be kind of adjusting their gameplay, or if they're just going to keep going with the strategy that they had in game number 1.
Yeah, and speaking of things that happened here in game number 1, we got to talk about it. It is Favs, Snacky, and Kenshi. You know, Favs, going for the llama, thinks that, you know what, I'm safe, right? All of a sudden, a team begins to roll up on him, but this is the definition of teamwork. You see how fast Kenshi and Snacky get over to their teammate and get involved in this fight, ultimately resulting in them winning this engagement and getting some elimination points early on.
We were talking about it. Were they baiting? Was Fabs playing the ultimate long con here? I think they just got a little too confident, landing as a solo in Corny Complex, and we know that that corner over there is very populated, so I think Fabs is going to be thinking once or twice doing a split drop in the next game.
I mean, when you have a team rolling up on you, at least now they know, right? Like, this could have happened later on in the competition. It could have gone a little bit different, but now they know so they can take the necessary steps to make sure they get that early game going. You like to see it. This was just the first game out of 5. How are you feeling about the competition so far? It's weird because like I feel like it should be way more intense, but I feel like NA West, like it's kind of like the calm before the storm. Like everyone's chilling right now, and they're waiting for like something insane to happen.
So, in my opinion, when I just look at the leaderboard right now, is that first, second, and third are about 50 points ahead of fourth place right now. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be a top 3 competition right here. Not saying that all of these teams, we saw Quinn have an incredible game last game, and Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels also having good engagements, but it just doesn't matter when these 3 teams are that far ahead of everyone else, Panda.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And having a dominating lead like that is going to make it tough for any of these teams to truly compete. However, we've seen comebacks, right? Remember a few seasons back, you had Mongrel's team with Tayson and Mitro do exceptionally well, have such a great lead going from day 1 to day 2. But day 2 was not as easy going for them. They did win it all, but they went from a huge lead down to something little. So look, anything goes, especially going into day 2. So you really can't count out anybody until that final game starts.
Oh man, we've got 5 more waiting for us. Fortnite fam, buckle up, get ready, because we're getting ready to jump back into all of the action. Sundown play. Is this the calm before the storm?
There always seems to be that one critical moment in NA West where just everything comes together and you can cue the clown music and it's an absolute fiesta. It's a party, the dinner bell will ring, and all of a sudden 4 or 5 teams who are right in top contention will end up running into each other. However, Clay, I think we might be seeing a little bit of a different narrative, given so far that the top 3, as we saw on the leaderboard, have separated themselves so much, and they have been so consistent that unless one of them really trips up, I think it's going to be difficult for anybody to crack in to kind of the shell they put up. They're all already 200 plus points at after 7 matches? That's absurd.
It is, and that happened because Kaboo, Ren, and Nico went down so early. When you go down early in 4th place, and no one's able to pass you there except for one other trio, it's going to be hard to keep up. And we've seen it before in NA West where it ends up becoming a fight in between 2 people. Now it's going to be a fight in between 3 trios right now, unless, again, like you talked about, someone's able to put up an amazing performance. Looking at that leaderboard there, you'll see all the differences we're talking about. 10th place is so almost 100 points behind first.
Right, which you end up in a situation where you put up the symmetrical Alithi Frappi game that they just put up, where you're able to rack off the 11 eliminations and the victory royale, and under any other circumstance, you're like, yeah, that's awesome, 52 points, but you were able to gain like 20 points on the top 3 maybe at the end of the day, because they were all still pushing into a top 10 with a solid amount of eliminations, and it just ends up putting on so much pressure, especially as you begin to run out of games. And in this moment, it's really going to be on somebody who's kind of in that 4th through 8th range to have not just one solid game, but they're going to have to put together 2 like back-to-back top 3 games with a decent amount of eliminations. The plus side is, though, in NA West, that is perfectly capable in a number of situations. If you're able to get kind of that high ground early and you don't necessarily get that contested situation, what we saw last game, granted it's a little bit later than we usually see in NA West, or as we generally see in NA West, those back of zone, just everyone kind of wall to wall, box to box, and all of a sudden a couple individuals are sitting there with 5 or 6 eliminations and you're like, wow, that's a lot of points.
That is going to be hard for a lot of trios to overcome, but there's going to be at least 1 or 2, I feel like, that do end up coming through and do end up making a play and push up for the top. We'll see, though. Of course, again, it is Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex who are trying to defend that title, that 4th time if they can get it here today. But right now, sitting in 2nd, they're not far off the pace. It's going to be hard. I mean, with the way Fabs, Kenshi, and Saki are playing, I don't know. Maybe Panda's right.
I don't think if they are going to win an FNCS, it feels like this is the one. It feels like this entire season they've been putting together the numbers and the performances. Like, yes, it's really hard to kind of vote against Epic Whale and his trio. I mean, they put up results consistently, but if you really end up watching the region and going through, Snacky and Kenshi have been so close so many times. I mean, Fabs is one of the best players in the region individually. He's been putting up results just for as long as we've been covering the area. And I think, as we've talked about, right, 12 games, like, yes, it's a lot of it comes down to consistency, but at the same time, if you're really able to just kind of pull together that complete performance, like, yes, they're good, but Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham, they're not unbeatable, right? Like, they lose cash cups occasionally, right? It's not like they haven't placed first in some tournaments. Like, it's happened occasionally.
It has, and this, I agree. If it's going to happen, this might be the one. They're going to have to stay up together and put up another great performance like they did yesterday.
No one is unbeatable.
Just barely being ahead by 1 point every game, or barely being ahead by a couple points is not going to be enough.
And,
because you know at some point, Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex are going to put the run together. We saw it in game number 5 yesterday. We'll more than likely see it again today.
Yeah, and you might think, oh, wow, why aren't they pushing for that? Nope, just making sure they take out some of those Guardians, want them to not aggro from a distance, potentially being able to opt in to some of that pulse rifle weaponry. But you can see just trying to create space for themselves. And right now, I think the big thing is that none of these trios are going down early, and none of them have really had issues with Storm Surge either. So being able to just kind of, I don't want to say skip that first round of pressure, but knowing that in your game plan enough that you're confident to not have to worry about it, it makes it so much easier. As we see, quick stat left-hand side, Fast Trio had 40 plus points in half of their day 1 games, most of any teams. And that's what I was talking about, where they had 3 double-digit elimination games, and all of them were top 4 finishes, with the biggest one being that match 3 victory Royale pushing through it. I mean, that's just nuts.
It really is. I mean, when you think about it, no one else is really doing that, and it's what you need. We talk about performances needed to dethrone the 3 times Kings. That's it. You got to put up those points when it matters the most. And yesterday, we talked about it. Setting yourself up for a great day number 2 is what a lot of these trios needed to do. And some of them did. Some of them fell a little short, and they're trying to climb back in. An okay Cosmic Chest there coming through. And a team that set themselves up well is falling a little bit back. I find it kind of ironic, though, that each place is separated by 10 points versus by 10 points second, by 10 points from third. And so this team, 25 points off. That's a victory royale. They're more than capable of doing that.
Yeah, and it's honestly, we get nice even intervals to work when we talk about it. Never do math on broadcast, but this is an easy one because in this situation, we're talking about the difference between each one of these kind of intervals and moving up between first and second and third. Just to put it in perspective, that's making top 17 and getting an elimination. That's the +5 for top 24, it's the +3 for top 17, and it's the +2 for an elim. Because to the left-hand side, Reach Trio had more mid-game elims, 14, than any other trio on day 1, which is, I'm weird about that stat because it's such a double-edged sword, where if you're not as good as Reed, I would almost say that you never want to be taking those mid-game fights, but he is so dominant in those situations that when you're able to kind of roll with those punches and consistently set yourself up,
tell me how the
leapfrog into these endgame
people order chicken wings,
put them in a positive situation.
and they try to say it wasn't chicken. What?
On his head so many times very quickly because those mid-game
Hey
fights
OG,
are just
what's going on, man?
So dangerous.
It is, even for players like Reed, for Falconer, for Chris, and it's so unpredictable because there's so many different variables, from other players rotating in, from gas cans, fireflies being thrown into the mix. You just don't know. You have a lot more control in the early game when you fight, just because it's you and whoever else landed at your POI or is nearby. You do have a little bit to worry about that third party rotating in, but not as much as right now. Here, it's a little bit more controlled in this fight that we're seeing Kaboo go into, but they know they need to take this because they've fallen off the pace just a little bit. They know, hey, we can't let that happen again. We've got to try again. A lot of these players are playing catch up, so that's what they're doing.
Yeah, with 5 matches left now, every single time you get out of a match, whether you're knocked out or it's just in that brief queue time in between, if you are able to make the end game, you're checking that leaderboard, you're trying to figure out, okay, what do I need to do for kind of that next pay threshold? And ooh, Kaboo kind of like hurt his ankle there a little bit. Just a sprain though, he'll be okay. Not going to pop the
You'll be
medkit,
back?
doesn't need it.
Oh,
No,
you gotta
maybe
close.
get a
Oh,
chug
okay,
splash
man.
if one of his teammates
Yeah,
has
do
it,
your
but
job.
he'll be all right as they make their way on over to that supply drop, and we could end up with a nice little 3v3 over it. They are going to have to give up the positional advantage if they want to end up committing for it, but Dorito, Aiden, and Ark are saying, well, you guys go for that, and we're going to do the intelligent thing and just rotate away. You don't want to end up pushing down into that area, especially with all of that excess chain link fence. I think one of the most underappreciated resources on the map, getting that nice little plus 14 per swing on the metal really is one of the most rewarding things. You can tell that's how I'm really bad at the game, because I sit there and min-max so I can farm my materials, and then I can go sit in the bush.
Same here. That's why Believer Beach, that little skate park area is so nice. There's so many little fences. You're good. Alithi, Frappe, and Symmetrical, though, are set up really well. But they, again, jump a great amount of places. They jump 10 places. But putting it together back-to-back is really, really hard to do with the caliber of players that we're watching. Moving over, we'll see K-Nux, 40R Storm, Eternal Tavern. 40R, one of the only other players outside of Epic World that has made every FNCS here in NA West. 9 of them, which is a feat in of amongst itself. They haven't put together the best of games, but still, being here, being able to say that, and being able to keep putting games up, they'll end up pretty high up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean, being able to kind of save that streak last season with a huge reboot round pushing through. And I mean, 40R Summer and Epic Whale being known as the ones who just qualify for everything, going back to even the solo and duo World Cup days, sneaking in on those last minute qualifications. And one thing to note right now, keep an eye on that top left corner. We've only had one trio drop. There's 3 other players who so far have been taken out, but otherwise, there hasn't been a ton of fighting this game. I mean, even less so for NA West. We're going to end up having a monstrous Storm Surge that's going to pop here in a second, and we're going to get an idea. So expect some trios to be forced to get a little bit aggressive right now, because they're going to see that number in the top left and be like, that's a lot higher than it's been in a couple games.
And you see the effects of it right now. Wavy, Jacob, J. Roses, and Regulator going for this, now transitioning into mid-game fight. At the gas station, there's a team nearby. They've got to be careful. We've actually seen this zone twice yesterday, where it's around the Hydro 16. And so a lot of these players will know how to play it and know how the other players are going to. But when you get this many players, it's going to change the rotation. It's going to change how players interact with each other, because, like you said, they're going to want to go for Storm Surge tags. They're going to want to find these eliminations earlier, because, again, when you get into that late game, into that late mid game, there's not a lot of predictability. Here, you can control your environment a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. I despise this area of the map in terms of rotating and playing around it. Like, whenever I see the zone pull right over on top of Hydro 16, it just ends up being rough. I think rotations, if you're not already in this area of map, getting into it is very dangerous and difficult. We did see a brief flash on the right-hand side. That was the Storm Surge warning. So the first number that pops up, that minus 100, that is the absolute minimum damage you have to do. Now we will get the update, which is the individual team that we are looking at. They are currently 97 below, so kind of right around that absolute minimum threshold. Then they know they're going to need to push through. As you can see, J Rose is trying to find an angle. Him, Wavy Jacob, and Regulator really have the onus of action here, but they're still below. Granted, it is only 4 damage, but they want to get wall to wall without overcommitting, because their weaponry isn't great here.
It really isn't, and that's why they're trying to explode as much as they can, stay as far away as they can, just because getting box to box with a green tack, we saw it earlier, just doesn't do a lot.
No, it's gross, and frankly, even if somebody is just sitting on the side of the wall with a common pump, the green tack, if you don't get kind of every single one of those pellets, and let's be honest, if you don't get all of those pellets in a headshot, you're pretty much losing to any single pump shot that ends up coming through. It's just rough, unless you're really able to just barrel stuff and get right on top of them. But if you're doing that, you might as well just go with the output from the AR that you're holding, because it's going to be as close if you don't end up getting the solid shots. And instead, they're just going to skirt, hop in the whip, say, hey, we got our damage, need to get around the side. But they also need to be careful, because that car
oh my god, they're getting wrecked.
They might potentially pop. They don't want to take any excess going through there. J-Rose will take some of the fire damage. You can see, this is what I talked about, how getting into this area is just so awful. If you're not already established in there, if just 1 or 2 teams perch up both on top of Dam and then that little berm kind of right inside of it, it's so hard to make it into the zone.
And look at the team that was holding him off. It's Arkham Epic. Had this earlier. They're below, but no one is around for them to get tags on. It doesn't matter that they're getting in the zone. They're going to have to go aggressive onto this team nearby. They have to go. And look, again, it's Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. That's not the team that you want to be aggressive onto. And if Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex just get a couple tags onto Wavy Jacob, Regulator, and J Roses, and if they end up getting eliminated to Storm Surge, that's 6 easy points.
Yeah, and that's free. You don't even have to get the down but not out conversion if Storm
They're
Surge
fucked.
ends up getting the final takeover. And again, if you're new, that's 25 damage every 5 seconds. So yes, you can try to out heal it with combination of shields and medkits, but then you're burning through your utility. And as we talked about before, this is one of the
They're gonna get
denser
killed by
lobbies
Storm
we've had
Surge.
in terms of players who are remaining up, which means it's that much more difficult. And you can see now they're just desperately throwing shots towards it. They have very minimal amount of actual excess shields. They're going to be forced to really start burning into that cache, and that's going to be it in terms of the utility. They're having no angles, and if they get taken down here, that's really going to be putting a halt on any kind of push they're trying to make towards the top. And I mean, it's not looking good. That's the last of their shields, Clay, and they don't really have an angle as the shots towards Ark and Aiden have stopped, but they might have just been able to outlast it. As I
Why is the
see any
Storm
more
Surge
people lightning
attacking
coming down
them
from
and
the
not them?
Maybe they held on just enough. 78 above, but it cost them J Roses. One player needs to go down, and I wonder who that is. Now 54 above. This is still worrisome as it's going down quickly. 6 above, and that Purple Lightning may come through. And the way it'll work is it'll hit both of them. It's going to hit Regulator and Wavy Jacob. It's not going to pick one of the others. It'll hit the entire team that is below. I think it may have still stalled out about 6 above, but it's still, they're worried.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough situation regardless now because you're in a duo. You have Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale just standing. Oh, no, they already rotated in. I lied. They went early. You have Jelty and his trio standing directly above you. You have Dorito, Ark, and Aiden, who, yes, they're pinned towards the side, but we already heard they had that exotic Chug Splash Cannon come out, which we talk about. It gives you so many more options. And we've now finally had our first trio who is really towards the top.
You have to have
of the
that
map
cannon.
actually being impacted. Extra Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels being taken down. Otherwise, so far, 16th place, 17th place, 23rd, and 32nd have all gone down. So pretty much anybody who's really still in contention and keeping an eye on the top 3 in particular. Don't forget the stakes. Babsy, Kenshi, and Snacky currently in first. They were 10 points above Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale, who were 10 points above Falconer, Reek, and Chris.
This is an awkward standoff for Wavy Jacob, Regulator, and I think they're just gonna wait it until Aiden, Dorito, and Ark move because they cannot afford to really rotate ahead of them. They're gonna have to try to use their box to rotate unless they're gonna use one of these launch pads. They're just so weak that any tags for shield, as soon as Regulator gets tagged up, everyone's gonna know that they're whited and they're gonna go get tagged up.
Oh, but the angle from that launch pad is almost perfect because we talked about it. If he gets hit with absolutely anything with only 4 shield, it's going to signal that you have that all white damage. And Ark, Aiden jumping right on in. As you can see, they were the ones who were waiting over there. They got some tags over onto it. You can see Wavy Jacob taken down right away, and Regular not long for this match either with just 15 HP. However, he gets a great knock on Jorito, creates a little bit of space, and I mean, sub 20 HP in a dream, I would say, but you can see everyone kind of flocking through here, trying to get this positioning towards the backside, because don't forget the safe zone is just right over the other side of the hill, as Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are going to head towards the interior. Poster Regulator looking for a little bit of space, potentially to pick up a reboot card, but we already know that they got just ravaged by Storm Surge early on and have no resources going through there. Jelty and Co, of course, are going to drop on top of it, but Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale need to be careful here as Jelty is just going to ramp directly above them. They're going to post up, and the positional advantage they had is just completely gone.
Regulator able to stay alive by some sort of back fight towards Dorito, able to take him down, and we'll see Storm Surge pop. We'll wait a little bit just to see if they're below, and it looks like
Storm Surge warning. Damage enemies to avoid elimination.
On that right-hand side, they are going to start getting the shots. You can
Oh,
see
so you have to
Simmons'
actually
damage below
shoot
the scope,
someone.
49 seconds, and as I say that,
Or you get
Epic Whale
Storm
gets a
Surge.
78 damage tag. He said 2 more than I needed, and then he flipped over, hits the back-to-back body shots, but they need to be careful about resetting the walls. They end up leaving a ceiling tile open there. Epic will take a little bit of damage, but the energy player is just going to back off. He wants to have to change his name after this to the 5X. We talked about it. They're going for 4X in a row as a trio. They have the win as a duo and the win as a solo, some of the most accomplished players on West. And we talk about them being inevitable. And right now, Fazzy, Kenshi, and Snacky trying to hold them off. And then Falconer, Chris, and Reed trying to push forward. Regulator on the backside, still just trying to hold on. He wants to make it to that top 24 so bad, but unfortunately denied. No 5 points for your trouble. He will be taken down as the zone does close in. We have those first 5 placement points being doled out. The next placement threshold will be top 17, which is +3. Then we'll get into the cascading placement points, but this is a super interesting fight right now.
That was so smart. So Epic Whale pre-edited his wall into that shape, and that forced them to back up to where Rex was waiting to break them down so they could get the Storm Surge sack. That was such a smart play. The shot's going to come through. That's going to be the entire trio eliminated. They get all of those elimination credits. Oh, actually, maybe just one. They didn't get the damage off in time. No, Epic Whale going to pick up some as well. That was so smart. The setup for that, as you see with the pre-edit, was just perfect.
Yeah, because what that ends up doing, if you pre-edit your wall and you end up placing it there, it takes the player by surprise because they're like, oh, wait, I should be able to place a wall there. No, there's a space. Why can't I do anything? And if they get held up even for 1 second, generally, you're able to kind of take control over that additional piece. And that is a perfect example of the term piece control. You gain control of that one area. You're able to push them off a box. And because that trio is then also being hammered on by Storm Surge, you get just free bonus assists going through. They get the conversions, 4 eliminations, and an additional 8 points through, and all of a sudden that gap at the top, it was 10 coming into this game, but I don't think Favsy, Kenshi, and Snacky have picked up any elims. We'll need to hop back over to them in a sec, but all of a sudden that gap at the top, that would be 2 points.
And look, they're looking for more onto Jelty Chicken and Andy.
Hey, Quat.
They're great at fighting, but what we just saw from Rex, Epic Whale, and Arkram,
how you doing?
Was just
How was work?
amazing to see. And that one, I definitely want to go back and VOD review just a little bit because that play set up so many opportunities for them. If you look at Jelty and company, they've got 3 eliminations. They're set up really well. This zone is going to either be very easy for a lot of players to rotate or very difficult. If it goes to that northeast, it is once again going to go up an incline, which we know the zones love to do. And a lot of these players, like Jelty,
these guys are
Chicken,
insane.
and Andy, they're going to have a hard time making that rotation.
I mean, pretty much anywhere right now, you're dealing with a massive change in terms of verticality.
Was today your first day?
In one of the areas of the map where you can see they're going up a hill, down another one, and then up over. And no, it's
free
not
food and free drinks after work. Can't complain. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And right now, 2 more trios will need to go down before we get into the cascading placement points. 3 of our top 10 trios have gone down. That's 6, 8, and 9. So none in the top 3, which is where we're really keeping our eye on. This is currently 3rd place here. Falconer, Reed, and Chris have been making it into every single one of the end games. We're trying to get a little bit
first real day on floor.
They are built out and have invested a ton of hard mats in this area, and this rotation is going to get very awkward very fast. We talked about the changes of verticality. Pretty much everyone is going to be taking to the sky if you have a launch pad right now to just.
That's real cool, man. Make that money.
High ground control is going to go over to Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs as we get a nice pan there. So
it was cool. The woman training me reminded me of Shy. That's cool.
Are barely above Surge as well. High ground below Surge is so hard to deal with.
She don't take any shit.
Everyone's so boxed up. It's that much harder to get anything going.
Oh, but you did see him get a pop onto one of those moo balloons. There, the inflatable. You will still take fall damage if he's able to convert. I thought he might have been able to squeak away in the elim there, but the change of verticality was not quite enough. 27 damage below Storm Surge, so that's going to start taking over right now. And they're just able to get above. We have first place trio.
Give us a quad cam.
Top, second place trio in the bottom left-hand corner is Epic Whale, and they're box to box, but they won the fight. Epic Whale onto 3 eliminations. Arkham on the other side, able to get it. You can see Reed down the bottom right-hand corner, so Falconer and Chris will be looking to carry as
it's a Fortnite Championship Series. They're competing for 40 grand right now. You missed 100 grand one.
But 2, he says 641 above 5 eliminations in there, hip to hip from the zone, and so many hard mats now. After that refresh, they are looking so good, Clay.
This is where it gets scary for the rest of the lobby. High ground is there.
But you know, I'm really here.
Eliminations now up on the board, but they're playing catch up. That lead is gone. They took it. That's 14 points. They're in the lead by 4. Unless Fabs, Kenshi, and Saki are able to find a lot. So the lead is in theirs. They've got to just keep going.
Yeah, and they flipped it back over the points, and you did see Kenshi able to.
This is what the pro players.
As our match number 7 winners go down symmetrical, trying to get a trade out, but dropping down on the front side of the zone.
Building maniacs.
They're desperately trying to get ahead of it. This cutoff is going to get awkward as we're moving a little bit more to the western side.
They're so talented.
To go up, because if you don't go up now, going up later is going to be impossible. However, high ground control is so far above that any change in a level instantly draws your attention. So keep an eye.
The high ground guys
on the high ground
should probably be able to win.
They're building straight across. If they're able to complete and force that off, they'll have high ground for the rest of the game. We're going to close after this with a 1 elim though. They're falling a little bit off the pace. They need
they need to drop down and get kills.
They're not going to drop down and fight, because this bottom of the zone is about to just get KO'd.
Look at all these teams. Oh my god, it's gonna get crazy.
Look at this. This high ground retake actually may end up coming through, but they're just
they all have to build up to get to over the hill.
A lot of damage is unfortunately going to go down. Rex and Arkham there. Rex going to take down Snacky. What a way to take down the competition. If you take down first place, what is Epic Whale, or Arkham rather, doing on the side? He
Come on, zoom in.
Blue and Nico able to make something happen. Arkham and Epic Rex rather.
I know.
They are trying
yes,
to
here we go.
Any space there.
This is what I want to see.
Old builds, they don't have a lot of room to operate. They have so many eliminations right now.
They have no material. They're fucked.
13 there.
Unless they kill this guy.
Arkham is going to find 170. That's going to be Kaboo going down. Nico will more than likely follow the reload. Going to cancel him.
Oh, he just got mad shit.
2v2 first place is up above. The shots are there. Nico going to go down. Rex is going to 1v2 right now. Can Arkham get back in? No. Rex is going to go down.
The announcer's so intense.
To just clutch it up if he could right now. This would be so big. Chuck Cannon in the inventory. He has the high ground. He has the builds. He has to start dropping down. Those shots come through. They're not going to be able to do so. It's a great victory royale for Kenshi. But was it enough?
I mean, that was just nuts being able to push through. We saw that they were able to get the victory royale. We saw the trade out from Rex, which was the huge moment. That's
the announcers they're pretty sick,
because we talked about how hard it was going to be to push through and kind of break that control and their ability to kind of just rain shots down on the rest of the lobby. And Rex just kicked the door in. He was like, nope, came through with the huge one pump and took it down. Checked that one off. It was massive. I mean, couldn't ask
Look at
for
this.
a better way.
You see the guy with the
it out. We're gonna kick it back on over to the test. See Panda Kelly break that one down, because it was so good.
They just ended with 15 eliminations. No! The villains, they've initiated their final sequence. They're powering up. Oh my god.
Like you and me, if we stop giving a shit. Oh, come on. No, they're cool.
Just give me like a 10th of your talent. I promise I will not take all of
we
your
should stop caring.
Second place to you guys, okay? I just how the damage is done. Like, even if they didn't get the VR, it doesn't matter. They just placed second with 15 eliminations, Kelly. It's done. The damage is done.
She didn't flip down her mic. Or something's wrong with the audio.
Sorry about that. Kelly accidentally muted, so she's going to unmute and she's going to come right back. We're going to try that again. Wait for it, Panda. Give me your feelings, and then we're going to bring it right back.
All right, well, I got to say it, right? Obviously, Arkham Rex.
Wow, she muted herself.
In the game to not only
what an epic fail,
but ultimately take home second place.
I chugged like 4 beers before I left for No, Jay, you can't be doing that, man.
So,
you got to be a good boy.
If you can get 15 eliminations in a game, like, that's just impressive in itself. And that's what we. And that's why these teams are so good. These are the top 2 teams in NA West, and we see this time and time again. But we got to talk about another great team here in Cool and Wave. They've done an exceptional job leading up into this point, but will they be able to turn it around? That's the question. And then again, just watching that final moments leading into the standings, it was a great victory.
Look at the points. They're so far ahead.
Rex and Epic Whale, as now they hold first place.
What? I don't know if I've ever seen a situation where the VR winning team that was in first place just last game gets moved into second place. That's just
Yeah.
how absolutely
Oh, wow.
dominating Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. It broke my mic. I had to restart my entire computer because it was just absolute insanity. And you really have to appreciate Favs, Kenshi, Snacky. They had height. It went up the mountain. It
How do they have
looked
more
like were
points
trying
when
to
they have
box
one
everyone else
Vic?
out. But if you notice, Arkham
They have
Rex and
less
Epic Whale, which were playing the low ground
limbs
pretty,
and less
like in the
Vic
back of the
Royales. That
zone
means
the
they must have
entire
done
time,
so much
immediately
damage.
rush up because they can
I think
see
you get
what
points by
Vasquez
doing
and Snack is
significant
doing.
amount of damage
They're
to
not gonna allow them
players.
to box them up before it's too late, and that's why they're able to have such a great engagement. Obviously, you had the trade with Rex and Snacky, but when you have still Arkham and Epic Whale up, you're gonna risk getting eliminated. We saw them beat Faz, Kenshi, and Snacky yesterday from low ground.
Yeah, I mean, look, especially for a team like Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky, you felt pretty comfortable walking away with that victory royale, walking away with 6 eliminations on top of that.
So you're playing
which is,
Siege
mind you,
tonight?
no easy feat in itself, and then still see your team dropping to second place, which is just absolutely absurd. But another team we got to talk about, Symmetrical, Elite, Frappi, still slowly climbing the leaderboard, now making their way to 11th place with 143 points.
You know, I think we're kind of sleeping on our 4th place team, and I know that we're on the different page right now, but Rengoku, Kaboo, and Nico, oh, they keep changing their name, in 4th place right now, doing a great job grabbing 3rd place in that last game with 3 eliminations right there, so they're sitting pretty, but the separation is happening. I know we like to say the shoopening happens in NA West, but it's not happening right now. In fact,
Yo,
I don't
my
know what the
stream
opposite of it is.
like
Maybe
died
Sundown
before,
can
and I
figure
got
that
kicked
but
out of
Arkham
the
and
party.
Fabs are so much farther
Out of
ahead,
the
even
mode, like,
compared now
twice.
to Falconer, Reet, and Chris. And these two teams are just constantly going to find themselves
Yeah,
there.
this sucked.
But now
The
we
storm
want to take
surge.
a quick look at Wavy
So
J,
what happens
Regulator,
is,
and Jay Roses
if
here,
you don't do
and a
damage
bit
to
of a
other
misstep.
players, you start to get electrocuted.
Misstep. Getting to this point in the game and not having the damage you need for Storm Surge puts you in a compromising spot. We actually watch here in this moment, Jay tries to get up,
So if you just hide like a little bitch and you don't do any damage to other players, then you just get killed.
And then on top of this, this team in the distance here realizes that this is happening and then tries to capitalize on that. You see Arc and team, company, they're just jumping on to Wavy Jacob and Regulator. And even after this moment right there, they end up eliminating Wavy Jacob and Regulator. So listen,
Yeah, like fucking 6 people land on them.
threshold of Storm Surge, you got to get those tags. And you have to get them quick. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself susceptible to a team like Arc's team who just came in and swooped you guys up.
Here's the next match.
See how things continue to unfold. Will they have another game like this? We'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Sundown, we're
wild.
Go back your way. What is the opposite of the shupening?
People need to stop jumping around and shit
So
and just
I wouldn't
watch.
necessarily say this is the opposite of the shupening, but what this is looking like to me is kind of that 3-horse race where you kind of go through and you're looking at it and you're
No,
starting to
now
come
it says
down,
grappler on
like,
my
not quite
shit
the
because you had to
final
throw it
turn,
on the floor.
but you're like right around that like first bend, but then all of a sudden that 3rd horse kind of stalls out and the first 2 like really streak away.
These
And then
guys are
all of a
stupid
sudden,
as
the
fuck
favorites,
right
as they're
now.
coming in the back half of the race are very definitively out far ahead. We talked about it last game, how Clay, it was 10 points, then 10 points. All of a sudden now the difference between the top 2 after the swap is 4 points, but then the gap between 2nd and 3rd, which is Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky, then to Falconer, Reet, and Chris, is 41 points.
Ooh. Ooh,
They can't hear me, otherwise I tell them to stop.
With 5 eliminations, assuming that 1st and 2nd go down, which again, landing uncontested. It's
Not like anyone would listen to you on the internet.
Something unknown.
Corny
happened
Complex, I
on the
love this
leaderboard right there. Even
place.
the gap between 3rd and 4th. So right now, realistically, 1st, 2nd, 3rd are all still vying for those spots. 4th, 5th, and 6th.
The
can get
NPCs
back up
suck,
to 3rd
though.
place, but it would take a lot.
They have
for them
way
to get
too
into
much
first. There's
HP.
still hope there, but right now, Babs, Kenshi, and Saki are playing catch-up. Can they find anything? And they've played high ground before and had the same type of similar situation. If you get high ground, you're under surge, you're not going to be able to really capitalize on finding those eliminations, especially with it goes over old builds like we saw, because it's just that much harder to find tags on the players.
Yeah, and we get a far southwest pole for that zone, but pretty much right on top of the Holly Hatchery over there. And I mean, it's going to be a difficult rotation for pretty much everyone on the eastern part of the map, but who's going to be right at home. Arkham Rex Epic Whale Zone dropped right on top of their head here in game number 9, so they're going to be pretty happy about that. But I think one thing that's interesting to talk about, so we talked about how first and second are right on top of each other, third is a little bit away from them, but then what that means for the rest of the lobby and how you can test for the rest of the prize pool that's there, because as each jump up you're getting, especially towards that top 10, is additional payment coming up, right? And if you're able to kind of hit those thresholds and go through, each one of these games becomes that much more important. If you're able to get kind of that one huge game late, as we saw even going back to the solo World Cup, I love talking about this story every single time because it kind of slides under the radar with how good Booga ended up doing. But TSM Crew at the time, he was in 66th place going into the final match, and they ended up racking off a 6 Elim victory Royale that took him all the way up into 6th place. And that's because so many of the points were kind of pushed up into Booga on the top part of the leaderboard that makes those big performances at the end that much more impactful. And I think that's something that we're going to see here is as we get into the final games, or even if we still see that Energy Epic Whale, the 100 Thieves, Arkham and Rex, as well as Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky are towards the top, a team who's in kind of like that 12th to like 14th range, if they win a match, they push into like top 5, top 6, and that is a huge pay upgrade.
It is. It's also just a little bit more of a confidence boost going through to the next season as well, because it shows that, hey, yeah, I can do this. We can do this as a team, and we can stand against the best. Moving over to Lazy, we haven't really seen a lot of fights in Lazy in the finals. We saw a lot throughout the qualifiers, but everyone seems to be back over to Lazy Lake. It's going to be Kaboo, Rengoku, and Nico. They need to find something. Painting out the launch pad, but not going to fall for it. Kaboo's just going to yoink it and build away. That's honestly, no matter what happens here, that's a net positive. Anytime you can get a launch pad in this season, hey, it's a dub.
Shout out to
Yeah,
Six
you want
Sphinx
that every single additional resource
for
that
the
comes
bits.
through, but you can see these fights are incredibly awkward. And one thing I have to call out in particular is there is no way that
Rogue
any of
Company.
these trios
I gotta
have the
play that
proper
again.
amount of experience to really be fighting.
I really
around
like
here,
Rogue
because
Company.
We watched every single qualifier, every single one of the semifinals fights. It was Riverson.
I have the
and his
Dr.
trio
Disrespect
right on
skin
top of Macon and his trio for literally,
Dallas.
I think it was 22 out of the 24 games that we ended up broadcasting. So we know for a fact that nobody is really fighting over here as much as those trios, because you didn't want to go anywhere near them. That
But Demon's
entire
really my
debacle
main.
was just basically like, hey, would you like to make your tournament that much harder? Just pass through Lazy Lake and enjoy fighting with those two trios.
No one really wanted to do it, and now that they have the opportunity, you can see it's stalling out. Everyone realizes, okay, wait a minute, this fight's going to take a long time. That's why Nico sent over Rengoku to go pick up any extra loot that they can. Again, another extra launch pad. They've gotten 2 out of this engagement, effectively while making sure the team below gets no extra loot. And looking at it, they don't really have the loot to fight either. They've got a good amount of weapons, but again, it's just not good weapons. They don't really have a lot of mats either, 59, but the zone already coming in, and there's another player still here. I'm glad they're disengaging.
Yeah, I would be getting out of Dodge in this situation. You just don't want to get bogged down here, and we already saw that the zone is still pulling rather like further to the southwest. It's not a tough rotation here from Lazy Lake, but the problem is the position between there and the safe zone. If just 1 or 2 trios kind of occupy 1 or 2 key high grounds, that rotation becomes such a pain to make, and you really have to either go around or be forced to burn some form of utility or just kind of like charge through a tough gatekeeping situation, none of which really set you up for success, right? We talked about Fortnite being a point management game, a resource management game, and are they on a boat?
They are indeed, and Reed's going to take the brunt of that damage. And that's the thing is, when you're in a car, when you're in a boat against this high caliber players, they're going to hit you.
Yeah, they're gonna
Cars
hit you
at
every
least have roofs
time.
on their head, like the boats, you're completely exposed on the back. As somebody who spends like 95% of their time when grinding arena inside of a boat and just doing kind of these fishing and placement point strats, like being in the driver's seat is fine, because unless you're heading directly on towards somebody, kind of the back part of that seat will actually eat up a lot of bullets. If you are on the back half of the boat, your character model is just like slapped up there like a pig at a luau. Like you are literally just free tags for anybody going through. But I guess they just didn't care because they have so much extra utility. As you can see, Reed still sitting on the 2 floppers, the 2 big pots, 4 mini shields, and they were just like, yep, we know what we're doing.
Surprisingly, they have that much. feels like at this point in the game, every single time yesterday, we saw not a lot of shields in their inventory. They were always getting tagged up. They were being a little bit too greedy with their peaks. So keep our eye if that trend does continue. Again, another game, Sundown, of a lot of players staying alive. That first game, way more aggressive. The second game stalled out a little bit, and we'll see that here in game number 3 today of that stall out. 17 players, if it stays now, will need to fall before Slim Search.
And this is something where we don't see a ton of 2-day formats. We don't see a ton of 6 matches one day, 6 matches into another with a cumulative leaderboard. It's really generally just kind of the FNCS finals where that happens. But you tend to get a little bit of, I don't want to say jankiness, but a little bit of something different of a look in match number 7, because people go back and they game plan. They look and see, there's like, hey, where is there a gap? Is there a POI or point of interest that is available? Is there somebody who's maybe not rotating well? Or like, hey, did we just get completely waxed 06 off of our drop spot and we need to go somewhere else, right? Like, you have the ability to kind of go check the VODs, figure out what you did wrong or what you did well, and do more of that and lean into it. And sometimes that catches players off guard, but then immediately you can see adjustments come in match number 8, and we get a little bit back to kind of that typical NA West late game tournament style.
Hood is being very aggressive. I mean, already took some shots from Epicwell, Rex, and Arkram, but still being up there, still jumping around, looking for any sort of tags. I mean, they're going to need it, so it makes sense that they're looking for it, but with where they're being held out of, giving that much information over is not as good as you want it. But, of course, again, it's all negated because they have the chug cannon. No matter what damage Illithi takes right now, as long as it's not them going down, it doesn't affect their overall loot pool because they can just regenerate it back. Epicwell and Arkram, or rather Rex, who sees things there. Arkram is sitting in that bush, and that's both great, but also it's very, very risky. One wrong play and you're down.
Speaking of risky, Illithi caught a heavy bullet there with his chest. Luckily didn't catch it with his forehead, because you can see right on top of those old Guardian Spires. Well, they're not known for necessarily taking them and ramping on top of somebody. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they felt like there was an opening. They'd 100% sail. The thing is, that body shot alone basically guarantees them completely out of this first kind of Storm Surge special. Like, that's generally going to end up being enough with the addition of any rifle tags, as we do see. That's an odd pull, honestly. That's about as far southeast. I wasn't expecting. I was expecting to be either on top of Believers Beach or Holly Hatchery over there, but we're going over to the woods and partially the swamp, so it should be interesting. As well, I feel like I'm in the middle seat, which is honestly not somewhere I sit a ton, you know, being 6'1" and having decently long legs, so it's been a while there, but I don't think I'd want to be in that car, because these guys are a little bit reckless with where they're passing through, always looking to kind of trade some shots out there, hopping in and out of the window. I'm a much safer driver. I like to avoid confrontation.
Well, and what's great about the way they've been rotating lately is they do it in a way that anybody inside the zone is not going to know it's Arkram, Epicwell, and Rex. Because if they just go in straight from Believer Beach, everyone knows, oh, that's them shooting us. So they like to cause a little bit of misdirection with where they're going. Going all the way south, this is going to be a team that players think is coming from Slurpee. So they don't really have to worry about a lot, obviously, other than these two teams shooting at them now. But again, they have a chug cannon. It doesn't matter what damage they take as long as they don't go down.
Yeah, because again, that exotic chug splash cannon, which you are able to get, there's one NPC where you're able to get it from, but almost all of these players will be getting them from those llamas that spawn out in the map as we get some pulsar and pulsar action tricks knocking in the feed there, able to take Nico down. You can see Arkham trying to trade the shot on over, and you kind of talked about it, those chug slash games, because the charge just ends up going back up, especially in the mid game, as long as you're able to be mobile and kind of keep changing these angles and not end up in a consistent fire situation where you're taking a bunch of damage, which also just doesn't happen a ton kind of in these scenarios. You're just not going to get teams full committing to a fight. It becomes so valuable because you poke out, you get a couple shots, and the other team's like, oh, it's okay, we got like 3 rifle shots, that's great. But if you get 3 rifle shots and then the chug splash cannon is able to top you off every single time without ever having to invest those super valuable big shields, it's just so good.
Moving over to Boney, we see Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs on their rotation again. They are now behind only by 4 points, but once Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex have a lead, it's very hard to catch them. They are luckily above Surge, but with 16 players below, 137, I don't think is going to be as safe as they want it to be. They're going to need to look. It'll be close depending. Now 157, so they're moving up. They're getting some tag, which is great. You don't want to sit here and just be comfortable with it. But their rotation, these next couple of zones, are going to be very challenging if it continues to pull this out. Because look at how many players are holding them from the zone.
Yeah, and it could get awkward very quickly because this rotation, we've talked about how teams prioritize kind of getting onto these bridges and being able to refarm the materials out of them because they are so efficient, and they create a real natural choke point, as well as having just a bunch of recyclable loot in the situations. In a lot of circumstances, it's one of the few spots where you can access a bunch of metal either from the railings or some of the under parts of the bridges, depending on where you are on the map. So, but able to just kind of back off Rexy and co with no real challenge, but that's because, as you see to the south of them there, I think 1, 2, 3, 4 trios posted up right on top of each other, Clay.
Ooh, and it pulls to the south. This will be interesting. Honestly, if they go up that hill, they have a clear line to the zone. It's going to take them a little bit of investing, but they should see that there's not a lot of building there and should be able to make that rotation, but instead they're going to go right to the white line of it. And okay, now making that change, realizing, hey, there's a lot of people there. This will be good for them.
Yeah, they just need to kind of break that first line of sight there. You can see the team doubling back over the bridge. Rexy, Zello, high ground, trying to put some pressure over there, but they don't really want to commit to this. If they can kind of actually get above that little hill there and change, and as soon as they're able to do that, if they can head interior and break that kind of first line of contact, you're set. You look down the bottom right-hand corner, we talk about white lining it. That's that straight white line, which is the shortest distance between the player we're watching and own. But now that they've kind of changed that angle a little bit, you can see where that white line before all of a sudden had 4 or 5 trios along it, but they go a little bit more to the east, move a little bit more centrally, and there's no trios there. And that's what we talk about, finding a good rotation path. And that's all they care about, because they're 503 damage above Storm Surge. They know that, hey, all of the elimination, all of the placement points come in the late game. This is a marathon. It is not a sprint. If you want to stay neck and neck with Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, every single game you have to be eking out points and doing all of the right things, because you know they are.
Great rotation will set them up for a good end game, but continuing to get tagged up is not what they want. As I'm sure just going to turn on. Only 2 players need to go down, so it's not that big of an issue around the rest of the map, but they're above. They're well above, and they should be good for the next couple of surges. They don't really have to worry about a lot, but what I'm worried about, I mean, just looking at their utility, when you have cabbages in the inventory, usually it pairs with a lot of other heals, but they didn't really have a lot. They had an open spot there. Didn't seem like they had extra big shields. It didn't seem like they had a chug cannon.
No, and it could just be potentially looking to increase the options you end up having, right? Because if you then do walk over a med kit at any point in time and you have 15 cabbages, you basically guaranteed yourself the opportunity to get one of those absurd double med kit plays where you dip out into the zone, you take a tick of the storm, you pop the med kit, then you start popping a bunch of cabbages, and you're able to kind of get your running HP back above that 90 effective threshold, which allows you to pop a medkit in the zone where normally it wouldn't be possible without a teammate helping you. And one thing I wanted to talk about, this lobby was really, really, really dense. We have like 86, 87 players, and then in this transition between second to third zone, before Storm Surge even turned on, because we had to rotate so far to the south and so many teams were already in between there, we've only had 1 trio be pressured by Storm Surge this entire time. They're doing a great job fighting it off, whatever it is. This is now just turned off, and we're just outside that first placement threshold, but a little bit of a reprieve there with the zone continuing to pull south as we get it up into the north. And this is kind of an awkward area of the map because there's a ton of trees. If somebody is able to get the Fireflies down, things can get weird, but you're also in a spot where if the moving zone pulls to the east and you start heading over to kind of that back and forth little mountain valley area that's one of the highest elevation points on the map, those rotations are painful.
This is going to be such a hard rotation for everyone on this side. No one's going to find an easy rotation. So many people are being gate kept out. Look at that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trios inside of the zone right now.
And then one thing to note too, while you're looking at this map, any area where you kind of see the gray on it, that is a change in verticality that is super steep. That denotes like a swift change in the mountaintop. So you can see already that we have 3 trios who are posted up right in the internal, already occupying the 3 key high ground areas. Everyone else is going to be packing in around the outside and just hoping to control whatever amount of space. But one of those trios who's already up there are first place, going for the 4 in a row, trying to toss 5x in the name, the 100 Thieves duo, Arkham and Rex Energy's Epic Whale, and they're just throwing shots away. And right now, they don't seem too worried. They have a great priority positioning. The half and half out could drop right on top of their head. There's not really a ton of space between them, and I think they've isolated a solo. Arkham's trying to line up the shot.
We'll wait and see when that updates. Okay-ish. They're going to need to get some more tags because that's not safe by any means, but they are good.
Yeah, and it's 15 players right now who could potentially end up going down in the Storm Surge. And what we saw in the last zone as we got there is the aggression came out now before Storm Surge ended up turning on. So lots of shots being traded out because the teams who are below don't really want to wait until the pressure's on them. So you can see Jelthy, Chicken, and Endy only 16 damage above. And with so much kind of line of sight in trees in different areas that you're safe here, if you don't already have your surge points, you're basically looking for tags on people who are also looking for surge. So you're just going to end up trading it back and forth. You can see Box by Jaquan down to just a sliver of HP as FJA also being backed off. Reet and Co. trying to look for a little bit of space as Falconer and Chris trying to get wall to wall. They're 79 below. Don't forget, they're in 3rd place. They're that horse who's just now kind of rounded the bend, hoping they get there, but was able to get a knock onto Box by Jaquan. But I think they need to find the confirmation on the backside as Epic Whale able to pick up a knock onto Rengoku in the feed. That's in the top left-hand side. Quinn gets a finish onto Jaquan. We're going to swing on over. This is the 2nd place trio as they are 318 above, but all of a sudden you can see Snacky is down fast, able to create a little bit of room. Storm Surge is hammering down on the team who's right above them, but they are as far away from that zone as possible.
And Rex just ended up getting knocked there in the feed. We've definitely got to keep our eyes on that and see what happens. Our 1st place trio getting taken down, maybe a peg or two. No, Arkham gonna get back in it. Epic Whale still gonna get finished off there, and I don't know if it's just Arkham left or if Rex is there. No, Rex is down as well, so it is just Arkham left.
Yo, give me the Arkham cam. Observers, where you at? If he's on his feet, we want to see it. If not, yeah, there it is. Thank you so much. 3 eliminations. Already have that first +5, but this could be the first time we see one of the top 2 really falter and fall outside of that 2nd placement threshold, because something we were talking about with Fast Kenshi and Snacky is even in their absolutely awful games, they were inside the key placement thresholds, able to just eke out the points, getting that 23rd place, getting that 17th place in the match number 1 here. You see Arkham able to trade a big 175 tag. That was Chicken who ended up taking that, but is going to need to then invest into the resources. We know the zone pull is going super far south. That's a decent change falling off the verticality, but in general is a little bit more of a favorable area. As you can see, Arkham just trying to have a little bit of room. If he can stay up on his feet, Storm Surge is off. One more trio needs to go down until he gets his +3. But the reality of the situation is we've seen these guys do some incredibly absurd thing. The solo impact score from each individual on this trio is nuts at any given time, and that's the amount of points they're able to accrue when they're in these kind of solo situations. And we're see where the zone pulls, and he got a pretty good pull, Clay.
Luckily they did, and honestly we saw him going for those Storm Surge tags onto Chicken. Anytime you're a solo, anytime you're a duo, any tags you get are so great. Put you in such a good spot, and in actuality, he's not going to have to worry about Surge for this next moving zone. 100 builds as well will put him in a great spot. But, again, they've got 3 elims, Mavs and Company got 2. They still are up an extra 2 points on them coming into this game. What can Arkham find, though? He's going to be able to recycle that launch pad, which will be great for them. He's going to take a bit of damage rotating through, but we'll be able to fly right in his zone, get as far ahead as he can. And honestly, just interesting that he chose to go to the side.
That was a horrible decision. I'm sorry. He could have been able to get to the side. It was weird that he tried to land directly on top of somebody for a box there. I think he ended up missing out on a placement threshold there too, but generally you expect a lot better from Arkham in that situation. Yeah, they were outside of that top 17. So for the first time, pretty much, literally in the entire tournament, that we've had the 4X, the champions coming through and dropping outside of that first placement threshold. And now is an opportunity for Snack Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs to really push forward, open up that lead for Reed, Chris to be able to push forward and try and put their name in that hat for the top 2. But the reality of the situation is we want to stick with these guys and we want to see what they can do, because if they're able to stretch out that lead, things get real interesting going into the final 3 games.
They're above stairs. They got a good amount of mats and area to work with. They're going to drop on down. Kytrex will fall. They're going to claim that mid. Now moving all the way to low ground. Can they find it? Can they operate on the low ground? That'll be what they have to figure out, because we've seen them time and time again on the high ground, in the mid ground, but dropping all the way down here, will they be able to find the same success that they've had on the high ground?
It'll be interesting because they haven't necessarily been operating there, but they have a great loadout for it. As you can see, that epic SMG box to box, when you're like 2 boxes away, it just rips it to shreds. Doesn't matter if it's those hard builds, if it's the wood, it will tear through. As you can see, some plays being made on the backside of the zone. Is Snacky able to pick up 1 elim, but can he get the return? He's just barely enough HP with the Siphon, just barely ticking over. You can see a cleanup coming through, some cabbages being pushed into him. They're trying to get shields down first, knowing that the Siphon will end up coming through. He's going to start popping the cabbages. He will leave a med kit back there though, so a little bit of a fumble risky. The placement points continue ticking over, and don't forget, they have now taken over that first place spot. Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham went down. They got a okay number of eliminations, but weren't able to get inside of that top 17, as now we have our top 12 trying to push into the top 10. 8th zone about to close here in 22 seconds. Kenshi picking up a knock in the feed. He's also able to get the confirmation. Snacky doing a great job, honestly, working box to box and just grabbing away whatever damage he can, even with, I think he accidentally has 2 bumps in there, but it doesn't matter. He says, I'll hit the damage of 190. An immediate reset takes down Notch. That was huge.
This is a great game to separate that lead back into their favor. They're getting so many eliminations, but Falconry and Chris are still here as well. They're operating. Kenshi going down. They've got to be careful. High ground. I don't know exactly who's on it, but look at how many eliminations they have. Kenshi and Fab's going to fall, though. They sit on 6. Snacky, can he get more than 2? Can they find any extra room to operate? Either way, that's still a lot of eliminations. Look at Jelty, Chicken, and Andy up on the high ground, though. They want to win another game. They want to get back up. They were in 7th place with everyone going down in front of them. This is their opportunity. Snacky going to drop down. 157 is going to get the knock. That may be an elim. It's going to be on to Reed. What a big elim it was. Going to pick up the Chug Cannon as well. Has time to heal back up. Does he have the match? No pressure is there. He's going to get another one. That's going to be on to Chris. He says, you want to take first place away? Well, you're going to have to work harder than that. He's taking down first. And he took down second this game. And now looking so great.
That was a monstrous swing, both from the direct contention going through and just guaranteeing points. Jelty will secure their 2nd victory Royale so far out of the 12 games. Match 1 and then match number 9 going through to put them back in. But man, what a run and a push there from Fabs, Snacky, and Kenshi to really, they're in 1st place spot now. We talk about tournament management, 3 games left going in. They've created a decent amount of separation. The question now, can they hold on and upset the typical apple cart in NA West?
I don't know. We'll see, but we've got to send it over to Zeke, Panda, and Kelly to break it all down.
Do I celebrate or not? This is the question that I ask myself. Because I'm 100% team Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, but I also kind of want to see the VP throne. Okay. We're not going to celebrate. That was a sad moment, right? That was a sad moment, Kelly.
You know, I don't really think so. I think that that's a good moment. I would love to see more competition, right? I was just saying how, and Sundown put it best, that it was becoming a racehorse where there's just the 3 lead horses and eventually it becomes 2. We want it to be a competition. We want it to go all the way to game 12, not knowing who is going to win. So I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Kelly. I think it's nice to see a change of pace, especially this is the first time they've fallen outside of top 11, right? In this FNCS. So they fell in 18th place. And for that to happen, that means no placement. Like, they did get a couple eliminations, but placement points, they're key.
So rough indeed. I cannot believe that that's how it go. But honestly, I mean, I guess it's fine, right? Because they had the great game. They just had 15 elims. And now it's like, okay, you could drop a game, that's fine. I mean, we kind of saw stuff like this even last season, right? Like, where they did have these almost like outliers, but it just still didn't matter at the end.
Well, we haven't seen the leaderboard just yet, so we don't know how that's impacted the game. I think that they're definitely still going to be in the top 3, maybe even just moving down to second. But Reet lasted a long time there. Obviously, Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky up in first place now, 309 points. But look, I was talking about it. It's a separation from third from the rest of the pack, and that point difference now gets even bigger.
Yeah, and that it does, and that's actually a substantial difference. So over 20-point difference, and if you don't know, Fab's team came in 4th place in that last game with 10 eliminations. So they realized, right? They realized they had that victory royale. They had 60 limbs, and it still wasn't enough to hold off Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. So they said, you know what? We got to turn up the heat. We got to get some more elims.
I feel like actually what we just saw in the last game, not the one that we just watched, where Arkham Rex and Epic Whale went on a tear, and it was actually Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky that grabbed the VR. We kind of saw that with Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky. I mean, in that game 2 games ago, they were below threshold. They barely had any eliminations. I think with their VR, they only grabbed 6, which is a little bit odd. So to see them get 4th place with 10 eliminations, they're showing that they're not just playing passively, they're not just taking height, they can also grab those elims as well.
Yeah, they're definitely grabbing everything going their way. But I got to talk about it. Symmetrical, Ilithi, and Frappi climbing to 10th place. I said it every time the leaderboard has shown up. They're slowly creeping up. They were in 12th place, then 11th, and now they are in 10th place right now. So a nice little creep up into the top 10. Could we continue to see them climb? That's the question I want to get answered.
I mean, me too. Also have to give a shout out to the team that just grabbed that VR. Chicken, Jelty, and Andy now sitting in 4th place with 2 victory royales. But we have to look. We were just talking about it in game number 9. The absolute insanity of Epic Whale going through a tear. Once we got into the mountain zone, though, that's where things really started to heat up.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to watch game to game, right? Because in game number 8, they had 15 eliminations. Then in game 9, they end up falling early in 18th place. So finding a balance between the two is important. Having these big games like you're watching right here with 15 eliminations helps carry them that much further on the leaderboard. But we got to talk about Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky, because looking at these stats here, Kelly, this is pretty impressive.
They have 4 double-digit elimination games, and what's even scarier is that majority of their eliminations are all against the top 10. Now, I think a part of that is the fact that they don't really enter too many early engagements. A lot of their eliminations are from the mid to late game. So I guess by that point, the top 10 are the ones that are lasting. Oh, that last stat! That's so mean, but that's amazing!
It is eliminations versus Rex and Company 6, which means they have a decent chunk of their eliminations going to that powerhouse trio we know as Arkham Rex and Epic Whale.
That's what I want to see.
So Kelly is in fact pro Rex and Company because she's upset that that stat was even shown. So what you're seeing is I was right. Kelly lied about not caring. Therefore, we continue to root for Rex and Company. That's right. No. We have to see. This is going to come down to the wire. Okay, we've got another 3 games ahead of us. I think Fabs and Company can go all the way, but it depends, right? We'll have to see how Rex, Arkham, and Epic will choose to respond in this game after that last subpar game. But don't worry, they've got 3 to make it up. But for now, you heard the battle bus. So we're going back to Sundown and Clay. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Panda, and Kelly. 9 matches down, 3 to go. I'm about to throw a whole bunch of numbers at you right now. 27 points is what is separating first between second. Favsy, 33, Kenchi, and Extra Snacky eking out a solid lead and now going into just trying to keep up their runs. They do have the 2 victory royales there. Now, the gap between first and third, currently 46 points.
Whew. That is a very big gap. It's so possible to be close, but Jelty, Chicken, and Andy with that victory royale jump up a couple spots there, able to put that back in their favor. And again, we talk about it. And yes, while first place and second place are currently in a battle in of itself, there's still a battle all around the rest of the leaderboard because the prize pool jumps up so much once you get into that top 10.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at the gap between third and fourth. 54 points, 100-point gap between first and fourth right now with only 3 matches left. So realistically, when we start actually talking about who is going to be your final Chapter 2 Season 7 FNCS Trio Champion, we're looking at that top 3. So really hold on. After that, it's about who's going to be passing people in the final moments and able to get kind of the key eliminations. But right now, the top 3 have done enough to really separate themselves.
With 3 more games, it'll be interesting exactly who's going to be able to keep pace. Can Arkham, Epic, Well, and Rex keep some sort of pace going with Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky? Can they catch up? And we've seen that Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs can falter early. We've seen it many different times from them. They've lost teammates and it put it all on one. And that was the first game where genuinely I was worried about Arkham, Epic, Well, and Rex going down that early.
So I'll note that Favsy, Kenshi, and Snacky do have a worse game than Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. They ended up in the fourth match yesterday. It was 23rd place, 0 eliminations. However, you still get the 5 points from getting into the top 24 there. And on the flip side of that, their average elims and their average elims is just that much higher above. They're
Crumb
really putting in kind of these key games where they're able to see it.
Let there be Crumb.
That, though,
Crumb for one, Crumb from all.
Whale are more than capable of putting up a top 3 15 elimination game at any point in time.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Crumb?
Remember when we talked about it? It was like, when was that moment
No one knows.
There was right there. They won matches 11 and 12, right? And that's how they really put it to bed and put it to rest.
Oh, this is a Fortnite Championship Series. I'm currently sitting in a beanbag chair.
You have to close 9 points for the next 3 games. They have a 27-point lead. That's not insignificant anymore.
But once this is over, I'm gonna play.
It's not. Takata will take.
Dude, they're playing for 40 grand.
The lobby for right now. We'll try
the
to
one before this, they were playing for 100 grand.
For again, just more money because again, shout out to Takata. All of us have been saying it all weekend, but he's the first caster from the crew to make
play
it
for
into
subs.
the finals of FNCS. So that's a big feat in of itself to be able to do so. Because I'm washed. So like Takata out here making it is really.
But they're
really good.
so good, bro.
Well, I mean,
check it out because it's amazing. This tournament
ever,
is just fucking wild.
Anything, you can call him content creator.
So the way it works
whatever,
is,
I'll still remember just sitting him, watching him.
They
play
need to
at
do
PAX West.
damage.
Like,
If they don't do damage, they get hit with. It's called Storm Surge. They just get electrocuted until they die.
So much experience, and being able to also have a analytical perspective on it. Like, yes, there's some things that you're able to just do. I don't want to say do a little bit better, but you put a little bit more thought into it than if you're always kind of looking at the game as a perspective of a player. If you do kind of have to step back and do some of the coaching or do some of the VOD reviewing, that's where you're able to get some very interesting
You gotta fight or you're done.
Actually, with some great min-maxing, just mowing down the cornfields.
What do you mean?
Making sure you can find all of the loot there, and he exposes a bunch of big pots. It's huge.
And he's doing it in the right card.
Crumb, what were you playing?
It's another step of them in maxing, using those IO cards that are just a little bit faster. So, perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, the time you get in your PY. One of the first zones we'll see that goes directly over Corny, it seems like. So they get a little bit more time.
Silent Hill 4, The Room? Oh, that's my favorite one.
But that comes at a danger. Look at how far
Smash?
Favs
Yeah.
One sniper shot, and that's Favs.
Oh, man.
It's really tough. You need to be very disciplined.
You're locked in your own apartment.
6 days, 17 hours. Wonder what's going on.
It's so good, dude.
Anytime I see a counter,
I wouldn't go in that hole though, in the wall.
I just get terrified. Like, you've seen what's ended up going on. Who knows
Every time you come back, it's like all bugged out.
What's going to come next in this top 3? As we do have our third place
Oh,
team
thank you for the follow, dude.
Have a fairly central zone and read while rocking. That legendary pump is dealing with a common AR, so the swap on that side
Pecan,
not effective,
La
but
Pecan,
on 10 minis and 2 big pots. So
the
Pecan.
Pecan.
Shields if they do want to start trying to trade out.
It's been insane. Yeah, you never played that one? Oh my god. I beat it, but I got the worst ending because. Well, if you haven't played it, I'm not gonna tell you what I did. That was so fucking stupid, but.
Those solo elims his team is not there for, whether they're
it's
in
a
the game
tough
or
one.
not at all. he's still going to pop off no matter what. It's Reap. That is what.
And the cutscenes are so well done.
They need to put together a great string of last games if they're going to want to catch up. You talk about.
You only remember watching some of me? Yeah, man, that game really bugged me out.
Have to try to do something different.
Also, like, shout out Grim. That's a fantastic individual performance. Just because looking
the
over
story is so crazy.
They don't have
what part are you up to?
Of eliminations all the way across the board. I believe they're currently sitting at 27 or so, and he has 11 of them unassisted. Like, that's bonkers. That's a really good performance from them. As we hop back on board here, you can see Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex
just did the orphanage.
There was some fireflies, some damage out there in Arkham. Doing his nice little building course there, just building out a nice terrain. It's kind of just a
that's kind of in the beginning.
Diagonal tarp where you cover one side and you cover a ramp, and
yeah,
you don't necessarily have to.
It's crazy how they're all like
around the natural geography. It's one of the safest ways to
have.
Man, because
they die in the dream. They die in real life.
Real quick to just refarm up the trees as well. Are very efficient in terms of wood. You don't feel bad.
Now we're in.
You don't feel bad about investing stone around here either, because you have some of those massive boulders. They're able to just very quickly break down, but they need to be careful because if they get bogged down,
it has like Freddy vibes, I think.
Awkward, but speaking of awkward,
because 1 second you're like,
first place team is
it's a normal apartment, and then the next it's like,
but then also eating shots from another angle.
All freaked out.
The initial damage they got though is going to be enough for them.
The enemies really creep me out.
That team doesn't want to. You see the orange arrows coming through. That's going to be K-Nox, 40R Storm, and Turtle Tavern. Actually, I believe another team.
Yeah, not.
So 40R.
In Freddy, you could like imagine yourself something, and you become it.
Of a team, and now they're in an awkward spot. If they need search,
the fact that they can't die.
So
what is that?
That can get involved in that search for it. That I'm glad they're continuing to run away and to disengage.
One of the creepiest enemies. They're like floating around.
I would really like to stick with them as
I just run.
Kind of into that
terrified.
Because I want to know.
Oh, that's a good game to stream, man. Were you shitting yourself?
Be throwing bullets out there. Yeah, there was the one time they kind of snuck.
You gotta clip that shit.
They haven't really been firing these shots out. They could potentially looking to chop Wiggly, Olaf, and Rin right above them, but Rin doing a good job dropping down and reconnecting. There is a connection over on the side. They think they have the edit out now.
The first victim, I felt so bad. I really wanted her to live.
Lose a really big opportunity to kind of get a chop, and instead they're just going to rotate inside safely. And I like this play because it seems like they're pretty confident with that surge. We'll get a warning here. I believe on the right-hand side it might happen on this next reveal. It might be the next Storm Surge side. But the reality of the situation is if they're not pressured by that, they're going to feel fine. They're going to drop back down.
Even more so.
Make sure they have some extra metal. Just hit whatever you can. And hey, there was Grim picking up a knock in the feed, but he will end up getting knocked back.
Listen, it was a dream. When in Rome.
Fletch picking up a knock there onto Mercute Squishy, and they're actually just going to pop in the hideaway and get a nice little rotato.
While very risky, they landed here so they know out of anyone that they're going to fight here, they're going to come out on top because they know the angles, they know where and when they can't build. So it wasn't as risky as it would have been if Wiggly, Olaf, or Ren had come through.
Who did you play as in Smash? What character were you using?
Really could have put a wrench in their plan because if they use the hideout into the building that's on fire,
he blew up the car.
Even then, it's still a far-fetched idea as we move through. We'll see Chicken Jelty
Terry and Zelda. Your Terry is fucking beastly.
Having to go to their hard build.
Yeah, swapping over. But
you're probably Zelda until someone beat you, and then you switch to Terry.
Signal players to keep firing away. You can see the fire is burning off, so hard mats being invested on both sides. This Baldy, Hov, and Defiable, as well as Chicken, Jelty, and Andy. Just trying to get a little bit of space, but you can see right over the hill there, you got Epic Whale and Co. Just trying to occupy as much as the central space. Again, they're currently sitting in second place, doing their best to be the back-to-back FNCS champs as a trio, and that's not including
I can't stream Switch
and solo wins that they have respective of each other. And honestly, that's just such
I could be a guest
storyline in and of itself. But
fighter on your
stream, the ones who are currently holding them off,
I'm not good at
second places.
I like playing it.
Adding in fast.
I played sometimes, but
again,
I haven't really fucked with Switch lately, even though it's right here.
Is a victory in of itself. It's so much money.
I was playing Fallout 4.
Arkham and Rex currently sitting in a bush. They've got to
and I was gonna keep playing that tonight, but I want to watch this.
If Kaiju's like, hey, I'm gonna check that bush right there. If that hits them, it is so hard to come back from.
300
because
hours.
Everyone's going to know they're in that bush. The builds are going to come out, and you're just not going to be able to get out of it as they sit epic well.
You gotta, those are rookie numbers, bro. You gotta.
And I think that may have been onto Rex and Arkham.
Yeah, and you can see right as you talk about the builds end up going.
You got to get those numbers up, man.
Angle, but what they're going to do, they're going to drop down the side of this little grassy knoll here, use the line of sight.
You know how many Fortnite hours I have?
Through that building and just disengage over to Arkham, knowing that they've already cleared out
It's
a lot
disgusting.
of the space. They got the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side. They know they're 372 above. We saw kind of the first below. I believe it was only right around.
I know there's a way you can find
so
out.
that's the minimum amount of damage those teams need to do. Them being 356 above, they're more than fine. 3 trios need to be taken down. There's 79 players in the lobby. They are going to go back into what their usual strategy is, where they kind of check to see where that initial surge is at. They play a little bit for these ambush routes. They stay disciplined, and then they anchor onto one teammate. You notice how they will always leave somebody in a spot that they know is safe. They're never completely extending away and going too far out, but they also are putting a lot of faith in these bushes right now, which, yes, it's nice. It's
move the joystick for a second.
We had back in the day where you were slapping it on there, you can kind of crouch down, but you need to be
You going to work tomorrow?
just a little bit
I'm
too far
off.
to the outside, and then aim down sights. The barrel of your gun will absolutely stick out of the bush. So there's a number of times you're just like, hey, what's going on in this situation? But if you're not,
then why did you stop streaming? You could have just
deep you are into it, you can absolutely give away your position. And what all
fucking
of a sudden
pull
was
an
an ambush
all-nighter.
turns into an awful situation, especially if somebody has fireflies. 'Cause if they drop fireflies right on top of a bush, that damage is near instantaneous.
And you're not able to get away
You want to
from
play Final
it because
Fantasy?
even if you
That's your
build, the bush is still
non-streaming
around
game.
you, so you have to be careful. But a quick stat for everyone: NA West tied its own record with 8 reboots last game.
You're tired of you.
Honestly, I kind of wish we could just get like reboots somewhere in the elimination feed for NA West in particular, just because it feels like it comes into play so much more. And they're so dedicated to working on the trio. But again, here's that 2-1
damage threshold. See,
Arkham is looking for an angle, and
they're gonna get fucked.
Team, and they want to try and find somebody who's looking to peak for Storm Surge right now. That's why they're doing this. This is the play where if they're able to open one of these walls and then throw a bullet towards it, they can either double spray or
oh no, they're not. It says they're above.
Tags, you can take advantage of that. If you're able to hit even a body shot, you win that trade every single time.
I don't know exactly. I know it works by damage, but I don't.
Bullets with a damage fall off to equate even just the body shot of the
I think that number. Yeah, they're above.
Rifle, as Arkham is actually able to find a knock in the top left corner. That's 40-yard storm going down, and exactly what I was just talking about. But you can see Chris Falconer and Reed. They have a contingency plan, even though they don't need it for Storm Surge, as they have all the shields, the campfire, and a nice little plethora. I mean, they're camped out on top of the campfire. Give them a tent, some marshmallows, make some s'mores, graham crackers, whatever you need. As Arkham continues to just rip these shots over, so no conversion into eliminations. But again, they
Bush camping.
only care about making it into the end game.
That's risky.
That's where majority of their eliminations come from, in majority of their
once
games.
You,
and with only 3 games left.
Once they fight,
again,
they get exposed. They could get totally.
You can't drop points. Can Arkham hit it? He didn't even fire. That was so weird. He had such a great angle, but I think he's not. Again, another opportunity where he could have done it, but I don't think he wants to draw attention to himself, looking for potentially an easier shot as somebody who might
buy
be
little crumbs.
We'll drop below the Storm Surge special.
If you want to stay and hang out, I'm chilling all night.
This is a solo in between a trio. This is what they need. Free points right here for them, because as a solo, it's just going to be that much harder. And I like that Arkham's not committing to this, and he's trying to keep the team on high ground away. And Juice makes the edit, knows they don't really have a play to make, and will just go down.
And that's a 7-point elimination. And why do I end up saying that? Because taking out that solo,
Metamaid or Jay, whoever you are,
still up. And again,
welcome.
We talk about anchoring onto it. So the other two go and they take their fight. Arkham is still posted up in the bush. He's watching the one people who really have control over him. That's the team who's posted up on that old Guardian Spire, because they're able to rain shots down, and they're actually getting aggressive onto it. This fight is huge. Do not take away from this, as Hurt and Isaac and Jake Rooney are trying to get aggressive onto our second place trio, but instantly you can see what happens. Rex and Epic Whale.
What are you eating?
Right back over to their anchor point, and now all of a sudden, what looked like a situation where
what are you eating?
Into a 3v1
pasta
is an even 3v3.
Are you on the keto diet stuff?
Oh, no one was gonna hit. I thought I was gonna miss.
Give me the toes.
Keto Guido.
Rex is able to hit that, and that's more damage, and that is great. They are so far above Surge that honestly, if they got no more tags going in, I 100% think they would be fine. They wouldn't have to really worry about that. I think that's going to put them about 800 damage above Surge. And, ooh, look at that zone. They are happy about that one.
Yeah, and one thing, too, when we talk about Surge and the threshold and all this, it's not a specific number that you need to be at. The Storm Surge is dynamic for every single different game you're in, and I'll touch on that right after I touch on, look at this zone. We pulled north, and there is only 3.5 trios, so we'll say 4 trios who are on top of it, but everyone else is going to have a tough rotation. We know that Epic Whale and Co., they're the ones who are over on that northwestern side.
Shout out to Crumb for the raid.
But there's not a ton of changes in verticality over this, so it should be an interesting endgame that we're going to see here.
Our first place trio set up right where they land on top of
Who's
that
playing
house
Silent Hill
of all the
for the
angles
room?
in the world to look
My
for
favorite
players. And in all
game
honesty,
in the Silent
I
Hill
kind of would have expected them
series.
to rotate just a little bit earlier so that they can get an angle on all of those players rotating in.
It's about a haunted apartment building.
As
Little
you were talking about it, you saw those kind of
so
blue
fuck,
triangles
it's
just
so
peek in
insane.
over on the side there. So you're going to notice how kind of in the
They
bottom
never
right
do
hand
that.
corner,
It's always a
everyone's gonna be
haunted
running
house.
in
But
towards
what
the
about
southern
a
part of the
haunted
map.
apartment
But
building?
again, the high
Oh
ground
my
control
god, it's so
is
good.
in the northwest,
You're
and
stuck
it's
in your
right kind of
apartment.
on
You
that
can't get out.
eastern part there. There's a little bit of a berm change, but Fausti, Kenshi, and Snacky, they're in a great position. And again, as long as they are up every single one of those placement points that they're able to
Look
get,
at this building, man. They're
denies the
fucking
ability for
insane.
somebody to close them off. So unless they go down now outside the top 17, this has been a moderately successful game. We'll check the Storm Surge on the right-hand side, 72
They're too
below,
open on.
lets you know kind of the lowest.
Wow,
team
how are
who's
they
there.
not getting
They
shot?
actually might be on the receiving end of that with no eliminations on their side of it. Nope. As I say that, it ends up ticking and updating there. They're 190 above, so they've done just enough. How that Storm Surge notification works is the first number is the minimum amount of damage. So the team who's done the least amount of damage there, we know needs 66 to kind of jump back above. What that, as a viewer, kind of tells you is that there's a bunch of teams who are right around kind of the same damage level. Then as it updates, that's the individual trio we're watching. So we saw them end up updating to the correct number there as Chris is able to pick up a knock, but 2 victory royales hasn't been enough as the more inconsistent games from Chicken, Jelty, and Andy with a... What?
Okay, I was going to say it for a second. If they don't go down after a 120 headshot there, that would have been interesting. 40R, though, will get taken down. Andy going back into zone just to try to dodge some of that potential fire there. But a solo rotating in.
Don't jump in front of me.
Why was he just giving that for free?
That was the part that was confusing me. Keep an eye on the top left corner. Epic Whale picking up a knock there and an Elam onto Baldy. We don't know if he got the point, but dude, look at the bottom right-hand corner. Zone dropped right on top of their head. Zone dropped literally. The team who is in the dead center of the zone is our 4-time FNCS champion. 3 of them trios and then a duo and a solo going them, but they have hard mats. They have complete control.
This team's getting hit with Storm Surge.
Epic Whale, and I mean, oh, that feels so good. They're well above Storm Surge. I mean, this is a free pass into the next round of placement points.
And look how much damage they're above. They don't need to peek. They can sit here. They can wait. They can look for peeks if they want for those elims that we've seen them get knocks onto. But right now, they're not looking to that east, which is where I'd expect them to, because that's where their elims are going to come through. If they're able to get anybody rotating in, launch padding in, this is the time to open up, to spray at them there if they wanted. But again, they don't really need to. And once again, look who's going to go invest a lot of mats to high ground. It's Kenshi, Snacky, and Fast. They've invested a lot already prior to this zone. Now seeing them on about 108. This is typically where we see, but we've seen West will challenge for this high ground. They've got to be very, very careful.
And I think the one real big benefit here is if you look on the northern side of the zone where the other natural high ground is, that's not in the new safe zone. So they have to come down from that area, which makes this investment just a little bit safer because you're not going to lose that space. You can see Zello still trying to go over there, but eventually they're going to have to be forced down, just as Falconer is forced down the backside of the zone. That's our third place trio, but Chris trying to create a little bit of space, and they got 4 elims now all of a sudden. So they're trying to put their name back in that conversation. They say, yeah, it might be 46 points to first place, but we still got 3 games, and we got Reed with a legendary shotgun, the pump right there in his back pocket.
Look how many people are in that small zone.
Potentially back into Falconer, but honestly, I prioritize those under Reed 9 times out of 10 if you only have 1 medkit in this situation.
And that's why Reed yoinked that medkit. He said, no, it's mine. I'm going to take it. Sorry, Falconer.
Oh, they got,
looks like they got another medkit. Right? Yeah, but still, I would agree. 100% is the right play. Yoink it away, be a little bit greedy, and say, I'm sorry, but I will pop off more. You get me to that end game, and I will pop off with the loot you gave me.
Yeah, I mean, if he's running the legendary pump, but on the flip side of that, you see Falconer has at least the epic variant in his hands as well. Keep an eye up on the high ground because, again, first place coming into this match had a 27-point lead over our reigning champions. This is match number 10 total, match number 4 on the day. We'll have 2 more games after this, but keep an eye on that top left feed. We're about to get into the descending place of points. Once we get in the top 17, the question is, does anybody have the top go down? We're currently on board with our third place trio, who about facing in the tarp, checking their 6 and finding some great shots. That's 2 headshots woven in there with the heavy AR. Note just the body shots, excuse me, since that is the heavy AR, kind of in that 3 to 4 tiled distance, something we've talked about on some of the other broadcasts. But now keeping an eye, Reet is on the low ground with the legendary pump. If he's able to get some elims, it'll be huge, but uncontested on the high ground, Snacky, Kenshi, and Babs, they have to feel good about this.
Oh my god, my legs.
They've got a lot of builds, but once again, they're below surge. It's going to activate now. They've got to be very careful about this. They're going to start getting hit. They have to drop down to try to find something. Babs will find symmetrical damage is going to come through. That should be enough. They're going to get one more tag on the way out. It will update here in a moment. No, still 8 below. They're getting hit. They've got to find
one below, one above.
Turn off for now, but still, this is not good.
Yeah, 1 above isn't enough. It's gonna end up. Oh no. They got the elim. They found some more. Finally was able to tick on over, but luckily players on the backside of the zone. Once you do get into that moving 7th zone surge, players drop very quickly. You don't have a decision. Now you can see front side of the zone. You got Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. This is where they end up piling on the eliminations if they're hip to hip. Arkham, you can see changing and trying to cut off Clockstick and Hyper and getting slightly ahead of them. They're already up to 3 eliminations, and we have 12 trios remaining, 28 players left. So surge is off. We're heading into the 8th zone, so a little bit sparse than some of the other games, but we'll see how many of these trios are able to really hold hip to hip. As we do hear the cricketing of the fireflies go off. You need to be careful if you're building on wood or low HP, as that 12 damage per second will hurt. And right now you can see Arkham doing his best to create some space, try and guide his trio and put them in the right spot, because realistically they need to start looking for fights. They need to start looking for elims. They're the ones who are playing catch up, Clay.
And they're looking a little bit towards high ground. Squishy going to go down there. Kenshi, Snacky, and company up on top. Have to be careful. Boxes, and all of their sudden they're in their box. Sorry, rather. Arkham, Epic, Whale, Rex in a bad situation. Rex is going to go down. Arkham trying to get all the eliminations they can, all the extra loot they will. Rex still going to be down. Snacky and Fabs are right there on top of them. They're taking down Arkham, Epic, Whale, and Rex. First place wants to make sure they stay that way, and they will for now. What a beautiful play to drop back into zone, realize who it is, and say, no, I'm sorry, you've got to try in the next 2 games.
That was definitive. They went and they knew. They didn't have a ton of eliminations before, but now up to 7 and with high ground control. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter, because they took out their most direct competition, unless Falconer, Reet, and Chris on the low ground are able to secure this victory royale and turn it into a bunch of eliminations. But even then, they're already in the top 5. They're popping a med kit. They already have 14 points worth of eliminations coming through, and you can see Reet just desperately trying to trade out. They are making a push for it. They're on 9 elims by themselves. Legendary pump, chug splash cannon. They have a heal off win condition here, Clay. Things could get interesting in the top 3, but right now, Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs feel real good about this one.
And look at X. He's underground in the basement trying to pop a medkit there. Trix is going to get taken down there by Fabsy. X will now get taken down as well. Falcon and Chris and Reet now have the priority. They do have the double chug cannon. Shot's going to come through. That's good for Reet. That gets the initial damage. Isn't going to find any more than that, though. Has the chug cannon. Will be fine. That player has to go down right there for Reet. If they want to get back into it, they will. Snacky going to fall. What can Fabs and what can Kenshi do on the high ground? Fabs is already taken down now. Only up to Kenshi. This looks like the victory royale they needed from the low ground. Double chug cannon for them. Chris doesn't actually have much to work with. 2 going down there. Almost a play by Kenshi, but he will fall.
GG.
And company will pick up the victory royale.
I was just going to say, you have to be careful when you go to that double kind of chug splash option there at the end, because if both people have the chug splash down and somebody drops immediately, as we saw, he tried to make the play. He hit the huge pump, knocked the other, but luckily the cleanup came through, and with a 2nd place finish there, our 1st place team feels real good going into the last part, but our 3rd place team might have been able to leapfrog up there, racking off a ton of eliminations, and it's going to be real interesting to see now that the stage is set.
Got a couple more games to go, and the top 3 are still just as close as ever, but we need Zeke, we need Kelly, and we need Panda to break it all down.
Thank you guys so much.
Just gonna get a soda.
How is this happening? How is it that we are all playing a separate NA West finals, and then the top 3 are just playing their own game somewhere over here in this quadrant? What is going on, Kelly?
I mean, we literally just saw the team highlight for Kinchi, Snacky, and Fabs, who were in first place before that last game, and we saw that bottom stat was how many of their own eliminations were on Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. Well, they can add a few more to that because we just saw them get taken down. And if you're going to take anyone down, it has to be your biggest competition right now. So you speak about momentum and about the mentality of going into this game. They have to be on cloud 9.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They have to be excited at that performance. Despite not getting the victory royale, they still have to feel confident, making their way to second place, getting those placement points, getting eliminations, and some of those eliminations being Rex and company. So, I mean, that's a huge motivational point for them. That's a momentum shift that they really needed going into these next few games.
I mean, speaking of momentum shifts, Falconer, Reed, and Chris, they had no VRs. Now walking into with a VR. You said it, Panda.
Oh my gosh, it's just taking me back to the intro when we put Panda on the spot. His prediction couldn't come true.
Taking a quick look now at Turtle Tavern 40R and Caden Knox in Corny Complex. But of course, we have to look at Reet, because if anyone is going to just steamroll the competition on the low ground, it's Reet right here. Of course, having that legendary pump shotgun, grabbing some great eliminations.
Some great eliminations indeed. And look at 351 points. That is a 40-point lead above Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. We are seeing it. We are seeing the Kings get dethroned here in the final moments. But could it all change? Could it shift? I don't know. The consistency we've seen from Fav's team has just been unreal.
And Falconer, Reet, and Chris with a 13 elimination victory royale, still not able to take second place. But I will say this. Last season, we never saw Arkham and Rex and Epic Whale grab a VR in the finals for all 12 games until the last 2 games where they did a back-to-back VR finish. So, this is where they shine, okay? This is where they pull out all the stops. But they need to look towards Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky, because this is no longer about getting a few more eliminations than them. This is about taking them out early and making sure that they don't get any points.
You know, we've been talking a lot about these top 3 teams, but I think it's time for us to break down what's going on here with some of these other teams, like Kaboo's team. They're doing exceptionally well, finding themselves in 5th place here, and this is how. They're doing an exceptional job at getting those tags early on for Storm Surge, and clearly getting a nice knock there, and playing this out of Retail Row. They've done pretty good so far.
Yeah, and what incredible shots there from them. Kaboo also grabbing a few more eliminations, playing from the low ground so well, making sure that they're paying attention to everyone else. And of course, we have to look at the team that grabbed 2 victory royales. That's going to be Andy, Jelty, and Chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is a team that has been just impressive from start till now. Walking away with the first victory royale of the FNCS finals, and then leading to this point. Doing exceptionally well so far. They just need to be a little bit more consistent, and they can easily continue to climb this leaderboard.
Yeah, that is their issue. They had a 23rd and a 21st place game. They just got 14th place in that last game. And from what we're seeing from our top 3 teams, you can't place below 10th. You have to get
Here comes the next match.
Or else there's just not even a shot of making it into the top 3.
These numbers are absolutely terrifying. Almost 100 points between 3rd and 4th place. I don't know. So yeah, we still haven't figured out what a reverse shooping is. Maybe there is no reverse shoop. Maybe there's just the shoop, and I sit outside of this and play my own game that's not Fortnite. It's something else in the future, 100 years from now, that you've never even heard of. Absolutely insane. But Fortnite fan, we got 10 seconds left here before we jump aboard the battle bus. Don't forget, we have
insane.
games left to go. At the top 3 right now, they're all going head to head. Follow along with the casters as they set up the storyline for you. Everyone else right now is playing for 4th. But it's time. You heard the beep beep. We're going back.
Everyone else is playing for 4th. That's just crazy. They don't have to do anything. But they could go all out and push and make it entertaining.
And 10 matches down, 6 regions have finished. We're here in the final hour, the closing
40 grand.
moments. And with only 2 matches left, we got this one and we got one more. The pressure is on for Snacky.
I mean, if they're up by
close it out,
100 points.
Point lead over 2nd place. which was Falconer, Reet, and Chris, who stormed
Really
up the
hard to catch
leaderboard
up.
with a 56-point performance in the previous match, and then sitting there in third place, 40 points back with 2 matches to go. 100 Thieves, Arkham, and Rex with Energy's Epic Whale, but Clay, last FNCS, coming in the final 2 games. What did that trio do? They racked off back-to-back victory royales to close it out. The question is, can they come up with similar heroics here and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat?
If anyone can do it, it's the 3-time champions there. And again, want to point out that in of itself will forever be one of the greatest runs by any trio ever. 3 back-to-back FNCS champions.
It ain't over. Don't throw that 3 number out there like it's definitive.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Like we got time. We got 2 games.
Yes.
We
no
don't
matter
count
what
them out.
happens, though, at the end of it, whoever ends out on top, the run in of itself that they've had from the previous season will forever be one of the best. If it becomes the 4-time, it's cemented as the best run of any trio.
Okay, I can get on board with that. I just want to say, still got faith in them. It can pop off. But with that being said, too, we have seen less weird situations. Like right now, again, we're kind of looking at setting the stage and what's going on. We're keeping an eye on who was the game number 10 winner, because they really put themselves kind of back into that race. If we go similar to the horse racing analogy there, where we kind of had first and second who were right there neck and neck. Well, Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky, they're a couple lengths ahead at this point, and they're now all of a sudden just looking a little bit behind and being like, hey, how hard do we really have to run to close this game out and to finish it off here? And that's a legendary Bolt Sniper Rifle going over, which doesn't necessarily hurt in terms of the rarity. You get a little bit of benefit out of it, but at the end of the day, a body shot or a headshot, it's about the same.
It's still great to pick up one of those snipers and have it in your trio, because those long-range tags we've seen are so detrimental to getting Storm Surge tags as Falconer, Chris, and Reed for the first time, I feel like, in a long time. Again, this finals, they've had it uncontested. Every qualifier we watched, there was someone here.
Crumb, do you ever run ads?
This has kind of led to their success. When you can get an uncontested POI, look at what it does for you. Currently, I think the top 4 are uncontested.
Where's Joey?
Yeah, and I think a bit nutty, too, for that trio is just, you don't know them for not going down at least in one of those early and mid-game fights at some point during the tournament. Again, I talked about it kind of coming into the show, how their worst placements have been in match number 2 and match number 5 yesterday with the 13th and the 12th. Well, that's still the case. Like, they've racked off 7th, 7th, 5th, and then the first place that we just saw there. So far today, like, if you just took their today's strats, their average is ridiculous. They're averaging a top 5 finish so far.
That is ridiculous indeed. Takada in a fight with Wavy Jacob and company. They're going to take down Wavy Jacob. Takada, I've seen in the elimination feed multiple different times this match, and I want to know exactly how many they have on the other side of the wall. Regulator trying to get in there onto Day and Etso, but Takada going to put some damage back down as well. Regulator doesn't have the best loot to work with, does put a lot of damage onto Day, but look at how much they just took back. J Roses and Regulator do not have the HP because of that chug cannon. All of the damage they just dealt is gone.
Yeah, and that's so demoralizing, too. If you're in that 2v3 situation, you think, okay, I got a good shot onto him, but they flip it right back. J Rose just hops in the box with Regulator, but now you know that that duo is grouped up, and they've given away any of the positional advantage they have.
Damn,
as I say that,
he should have killed him right there.
Into the SMG,
he doesn't have a shotgun.
So not really able to punish with that key shot. Regulator gets taken down, trying to force his way through with the pickaxe and jumps.
Oh, no.
He has 3 builds, 2 builds, and they're up very high.
He's done.
Out of builds, trying to spam it out, and they're going to get taken down. And some really good early game aggression here from Etso, Tokata, and Day to close out that fight.
I don't know exactly how many eliminations they're currently sitting on, because that was great aggressiveness. 6 eliminations. They've eliminated 2 trios just by themselves, and that's a way to get back into it. I mean, if you're not having the best of games, the best of second days either, hey, coming out this game number 5, let's just start going.
Yeah, game number 5 here of day 2, or game number 11 of 12 overall. You got this one, and then one more after us. We see the zone on the bottom right-hand side. Thank you, observers. We pulled far to the east, so Takata and Co. getting the 2 wipes is really going to benefit them, because otherwise this rotation might not have even been manageable. This is about as far east as you can get on one of those first zone pulls. But it's another thing that we talked about a little bit earlier in the show, but because the top 3 are all 300 plus points, right? Going into with still 2 games left. That means such a large percentage of the available points have been allocated into that top 3. I think they're combined closing in on nearly 1,000 points between the 3 of them, which is bonkers, right? But because of that, that means if you are able to sneak away some cheeky elims, some good placement points here in the final games, all of a sudden you could bump yourself up just one more of those pay boosts, right? Just one more of the thresholds if you're able to get that key game. And that's kind of when we talk about that denouement. It's the stuff that once we actually know who the winners are, like, yeah, we know what the main storylines, but then what's really happening underneath and who's able to get kind of those key plays that earn them just a little bit extra notoriety, get those moments there. And the real question, though, as we stick back into it, is can these guys catch up? Can Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale make up the gap? Because right now, they're not even in second, right? They are 40 points behind. That is a 5 elimination victory royale. However, we know when they win games hard.
I think, what, a 15 elimination victory royale yesterday? That in of itself is a ridiculous, that's 60 points right there. That is a 60-point swing. And yes, they may be behind by that much, but if they can put that together and back-to-back, it's theirs. There's just no way to really top it.
Yeah, it was a 14 elimination victory royale, so just one less going through from there. But then they had earlier, which we saw was the second place 15 elim that they had in game number 8 of today, which ended up going off, and just a really good performance. You can see them again kind of going on that little car rotation, some good shots from Rex, body shots into headshot, but they also need to be careful because once you commit down into this island area and you're on kind of the lower part of the berm, if anybody is chilling up by the top of a waterfall, this rotation actually becomes impossible. Like, you can't go below them, you can't really go above them, but because they went so early and they've cleared out this path, that once you kind of get over this crest, the rest of the access to the map becomes that much easier, because at any point in time, you can just kind of look over to your south and know if somebody is coming over the hills, because those sight lines are very long, and you don't typically get people hanging out on lazy unless they're really apparent about it, right? Like, we've seen fights that just last over there forever, but if that's not the case, people generally loot lazy and then just get out.
So for them, a great rotation. They'll even grab some parasites. I'm not sure exactly if they ended up using them there, but that's going to be Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex that are getting those Storm Surge tags onto Andy, Jelty, and Chicken as they make their rotation as well. Even popping a tire there. You see the continued movement. They're going parallel right now, using those cars just to try to keep up and get into that center zone. We'll know in 30 seconds where it ends up going. We've had some interesting ones today. Ones we thought were going to pull one way and ended up pulling completely opposite. And look at, they're running a cutoff route. If they wanted to fight, they could take down Jelty, Chicken, and Andy.
I also just think the cars look so hilarious when you have chonkers on, but then one of the tires shot out, so you just got these 3 massive tires and the other one's just scraping on rims over there. But you can see both the teams trying to occupy one of these spaces where then you can pretty efficiently refarm. They're going to try and continue to move towards one of these natural high grounds. They want to head kind of a little bit more to the north. They are circling around retail, but yeah, the reality of the situation, if they can get up and gain control of this old Guardian spot, it's one of the best spots on the map. But Jelty and Co are thinking the exact same thing, and we're going to have a head-to-head here. This could very well determine whether or not we will see a 4x. They're going to go right into this fight, and hello, somebody just went screaming off into Narnia. Jelty gets pushed down, and Rex able to get the pressure onto him. You can see Arkham getting around the side, and look how they just cut off and encircle, and they want this 3v3 Clay. They're getting aggro on this.
Ooh, and Rex is going to find the shots, going to find the angles, they're going to find the down as well.
Rex is so
going to
good.
get all of the builds in their favor. They're all starting to fall down. They're starting to crumble, and this is the game they need. These are the elims. This is the Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex that are hungry for that 4th title back to back to back to back. They need to find that last player for that last confirmation. Gonna go ahead and box off that launch pad. Not gonna be able to find the other one. There is just right on the other side. They find a boom. That's it. 3 eliminations, more points, and beautifully executed too, because no one's gonna be able to come in on third party.
Yeah, you can't come anywhere near this part of the map. That's what we were talking about, how the rotation. So now they've gained the entire control of the Guardian Spire. They also have the hill that's over to the east of it. So the 2 natural high grounds that are in this area, they control both. And on top of it, because they just eliminated a fresh trio who's rotating around, they have all of those extra maps so they can build up as high and as wide and as many of the hard materials as they want. And you can see them marking out the spots to just try and control as much of the space. The only thing that they need to be a little bit cognizant of is the fact that they can't get too split. They need to go over and make sure they get control of that area. If they're going to commit to it, they need to do it now by recycling the launch pad that's already over there, or they need to get hip to hip and decide that they're just going to hold this Guardian Spire. Honestly, I would rather see them go back to kind of that 2-1 split, knowing that if the player over on that eastern kind of high rise does get pushed, that the 2 in the Guardian Spire are going to be able to get over there relatively quickly. However, it seems like they're going to opt for the safer route and just hold on to this guarding area, knowing that they have the overlook and nobody else is going to take that high ground to the east of them, at least without a bunch of damage. So you can see right-hand side, they were 62 is the line, so a bunch of teams are right towards the bottom, but these guys don't need to worry about that.
The first time I feel like in a while, they are well above Surge. And look, Sundown, they are. Arkham splitting. He's going to that mountain. And I agree, I like this play. You have to have a different angle, and if zone pulls here and they hold both of them, ooh, that's a little bit risky, but I wouldn't put it past them to hold it as well. I don't like that they've left a lot of the materials down here. I want to see them start to move some of them up so no one can kind of just come through and scavenge that little bit there. I think that's what Rex is going to do, but look at Falconer, Chris, and Reed. They have got an interesting base using a lot of hard mats early, betting that it'll pull to them.
But they got an elimination. That's why they just wiped a trio in that area. You can see their damage above, and you see all the excess loot going down. And now what they're doing is they're scanning over, and they're like, all right, how much extra brick do we have? How far can we build out? And this is really solid for them because, again, we kind of talk about, we do have the Storm Surge running on the right-hand side, but with only 2 more players needing to go down and us already hitting that first placement threshold, there's not a ton of onus for the key teams to need to be peeking out unless they're trying to take advantage of somebody they might feel ends up being cracked. But right now, Falconery and Chris, they feel good. They got a really key mid-game refresh. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Co., they feel good. They got the fantastic, like, look at that shot. Observers, you guys outdoing yourself right there, showing the second and third place team stacked on top of each other with their positional control. And then on the flip side of that, our first place trio, Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky, they're ecstatic because they got to the top 24 and didn't have to do anything. Storm Surge is negligible this game. And again, all they care about is just staying on their feet because every single one of those placement points that they get means somebody isn't closing the gap on them, and they're so close to that Axe of Champions, and however Zeke ended up forging it this time.
Zone with a very predictable pull there. And, ooh, okay, wait. I like that they're using this bow because then they can disrupt that high ground by shooting some missiles at it. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Able to throw 2 of them that way. Maybe even a third. Yes, going to be able to squeeze a third in there. And great rotation. And in honesty, great usage of what's around them, though. Arkham, though, going to be right behind all of a sudden. This is awkward. This is uncomfortable. Chris, Falcon, and Reed, though, will be able to hold off for now. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex decide immediately to disengage. And that was so close.
Show me the map, show me the map, show me the map, because they just left the biggest part. They had the entire southern side high ground control, but they padded immediately, and they tried to take advantage of the trio. I don't know if they knew who that was, but if they were able to take them out there, that could have been monstrous, but they know not to engage it. And yes, that is why they wanted the center zone, and because of where this is in the center, there is only that one natural high ground, and they were trying to potentially take out the other team. But now that they recognize that there's another team who's more central and slightly higher above them, they can say, okay, we made our play there. We didn't get the ability to kind of ambush and take advantage of the opponent. We're going to rebox up and then reevaluate.
They're looking for it. You could tell they want it. Look at Arkham just sitting there. He's waiting for any... If they headshot, if they get down, they're going. 100%. They are going to full commit to going for that because they've got the loot to do it. You saw how many launch pads they had. They didn't even have to use one of the ones. They just recycled one that was up there. If Arkham hits a snipe here...
He wants to punish. He's looking for one of those gargoyles, the gatekeepers, the one who pokes his head just a little bit too much over the top. We've seen him connect with it in the past games, but I think the difference here is if they hit, they're going. They know they need eliminations. They know they need positional control, but additionally, they can't overextend, right? They can't get nervous and know that they're going to be pressured out. Again, this is the farthest they've ever been away from first place in terms of point-wise, which is nuts to think about because, again, all 3 of these trios are 300-plus points. Let me say that again. All 3 of our top 3 trios have already scored 300 plus points. On some other days, that's enough to win the FNCS in some of your regions, right? And they put it down. These guys have been so freaking good over the course of these 10 games that the Storm Surge now turning off. I mean, it's such a tough situation, and the tiniest of things could potentially tip it over. And we're really hanging on with Arkham in the sniper because that's going to be the fulcrum. He's looking for this shot. They're trying to bait it, knowing that the team he's looking at, that's the high ground control. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, they're kind of the darker yellows that are right just slightly off center there. But they're the only team who has priority positioning. But don't forget that the team who's boxed up right next to him, Clay, is our top 3. That's Rico and Zone pulled right on top of that.
Honestly,
Kenshi got a knock.
Kenshi got a knock in the feed. They are going up against Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb. Have to be careful, though. If they get taken down too low, they could get taken out of the... Hey, man, as I say that, they just completely wiped that team.
And it wasn't even close, just completely waxed. Fabsy taking a decent amount of damage, but they got the Siphon over, and each one of them taking 2. But they need to be careful because now High Ground, Zello, and Rexy identify the fact that they're there, and they have the positional control. The one thing, though, that Fabsy Kenshi are able to do is they're able to recycle the materials that they just got to create some additional space. And now they know that, hey, even though we saw that the other top 3 trios had also picked up a trio wipe, they just evened out the points, right? So kind of looking at what does the delta look as we come into the game, because we threw those numbers out there, how they had 32-point lead and then a 40-point lead over second and third. Well, it looked really good with getting kind of those first 6 points over, but all of a sudden now they also get 6 points, and they also get the +5 from the placement points. And the longer they just stay up on their feet, the more monumental the task gets to overtake them in game number 12.
But can the other players in the lobby find? That's really what they're going to have to start to look for. Can they find Elims when Faz, Kenshi, and Snacky can't? Can they find the high ground to win the game early? But even if you have the high ground, we've seen that it doesn't necessarily net you the eliminations you want. And look, who is facing off against each other? It's Falconer, Chris, and Reed. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex right there. If they get a little bit too greedy, second place could go down, third place could go down. Look at that, they're waiting for that edit. One overcommit from Falconer, Chris, or Reed is them going to go down, and that is a big swing. Taking down second place, able to then secure it if you go on late enough in the game, would be so monumental. It would cut into the lead as well.
And as we just kind of talked about the quick stat on the left-hand side, this is the furthest from first place that Rex and Co. have been going into the 5th game. So going into the last 2 games, I know we talked about it last season, how they had kind of that epic comeback and they're able to win the last 2 games. Well, their final win put them definitively in first place. They overtook it there in match number 11, but here now, they not only need a solid performance here, but they need a performance in the next game too. It's not going to be good enough to just take it down, and frankly, they have to be careful. You cannot be wall-to-wall with Reed, Chris, and Falconer and be comfortable here. Granted, they're both in the safe zone, but where this pulls, and it pulls due north. This is a tough rotation. You launch pad here, right? 100% of the time.
You have to use a pad. If any trio is got a clean enough line, it's them, but it's still going to be a messy rotate there on foot. And I like that they're going to wait for this team up above to rotate to maybe go for a recycle, because you know the team on high ground is probably going to have to pad. They've got a car though, so I thought Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex can see Reed, Chris, and Falconer make this rotation that much harder.
Sitting directly on top of them, 2 tiles away. Hard Mat's invested in about every 10 seconds. They turn around and kind of double check that wall. That is terrifying. You don't want to end up bogged down in that fight. And Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale, they know this. One thing about this trio in particular is they almost never commit to these mid-game fights, or they know they can 100% win it because they are so good in these endgame situations. Oh no, Reed, Chris, unable to execute on the short pad there and end up losing a bunch of extra HP and potentially end up getting split up. But all 3 of our top 3 took to the skies. Launchpad taken out. Reed, first one to kind of box up. He's able to catch Chris right on top of his head. They're going to invest a decent amount of hard mats and try and build up and then get some shots out there. Reed looking for some elims, but trying to keep an eye on where the rest of the lobby is. As Kadenox, Turtle Tavern, and 4DR Storm coming in late and trying to retake the high ground. Not quite able to get it. Still keeping on board here with what was our match 10 winners with the 15 eliminations to put them name back in the hat. But the question that matters and the only answer, where is Fabsy, Kenshi, and Snacky? Can they hold on? Will our first place trio be able to cement a lead going into the final match? And can Rex, Epic Whale, Arkham, or Falconer, Reet, and Chris overtake them? Because right now, the answer so far has seemed like no, as we've gotten into the second round of placement threshold. That's now additional 3 points that go over to everyone, and every single trio that stays up on their feet now will get an additional point when one other one falls. I mean, Favzi, Kenshi, and Snacky are closing the gap in terms of the amount of available points their opponents are able to kind of steal away from them. They just want to stay on their feet.
They're looking to go for a spray out here, trying to chop high ground down. They may be able to do it, and if that happens, they could take high ground. This is where they'll operate the best. Arkham, Epic Whale, and high ground are scary. They are some of the worst to fear on high ground. They can find eliminations when it's...
Oh, sorry, so keeping an eye on the top part of the screen, we saw Favzi was actually able to chop out the high ground and take it away from a second, but a player dropped down and was able to connect it. Now you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, Epic Whale taking to the sky with Arkham, and there side by side we have first place is in the top of the screen, second place is the bottom left-hand corner. That's Reet. Chris and Falcon are trying to make the run, but again, Reet bonking his head. Launch pads not being an addition for them, instead a detriment so far, but only 1 point has gone over. As taking to the sky, going for height, bottom right-hand corner. Arkham tries to tap it, but he gets into the box, finds a shot, able to take it down. That's a huge play. Third place takes to the sky. Legendary pump in Arkham's hand. Wave going down, and that could be it, but he drops down and loses a bunch of that position. That could be rough. Can they get it back together, and can they get control? As you can see, oh yeah, they have all the control, and the question is, Clay, is this it? Is this the inevitable run that they make?
This is where they did it yesterday. Can they do it again today? They've got to hope that first place is fighting and going down. Arkham looking for any elimination that they can, any tags. 40R Storm is going to fall. Reek getting eliminations in the feed. They have a lot of builds, but they need Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky to go down. You see them top of your screen there. Falcon are going to go down. Chris, very weak. Kenshi, Snacky, and Fabs still here, still operating. They've got a good amount of HP. Reek going off, popping off as well. Another elimination to keep him in the game. Going to find number 4, Chris, trying to operate there as well. Snacky will take down Kytrex. Epic Whale going to take down Chicken. A lot of players still need to fall before it's worth it for Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex.
Snacky just took down Falconer. He was the one who got the confirmation over. Chris also getting knocked, which means Reek is the one trying to run it out as a solo. Snacky is down. It's just Kenshi and Favzi. So all of a sudden the gap could be there. However, we talk about them securing it. They've already got a top 10. They go down in 10th place with still 7 eliminations. But up on the high ground, look who it is. 100 Thieves Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale just raining down shots. The 4-time champions trying to make it 4 in a row, and it feels like every single time when we get into the penultimate games, they step it up to the ultimate level. However, also on the ultimate level is Reet, as he just waxes Takata, but not able to get the finish there. A top 5 placement and a great solo run from our player who was in cell, looking to overtake and charge. They're up to 8 elims. They're on the high ground. They got floppers. This has to be a dub, right?
It has to be, and they're trying to find, they need as many as they can. They cannot just settle for the win. They need to find elims now. It's a 3v3. They know players are going to go back into the zone for the heal off. They have the heal off secured. Purdy is the only one that can play for it. Rex is going to drop down. Rex on the low ground with the shotgun is scary. It is terrifying. The team has to know that they are going to win. Rex is going to take down Jake. Someone going for the high ground. It doesn't matter. Arkham says get back to the lobby. They pick up the victory royale. 11 eliminations as well.
11 eliminations in the victory royale. Rack it off. That's 52 points. And we talked about the point delta being there. We talked about the horse race going through, and first place dropped out. They slowed down a little bit. Third place, they go all the way up. Zeke, you asked what the Shoopening was? Well, this is the Shoopening Supreme. It's not the Shoopening 2 Electric Boogaloo. We got something completely new. The top 3, jumble it all up, throw it in the air, because we have 1 match left. 1 more FNCS champion to be crowned here in Chapter 2, Season 7. They're going to set the stage. Zeke, Kelly, Panda, take us away.
The Shoopening Supreme. Yes, Sundown. Yes, look at that. Kelly had to put her glasses on. She can't even handle this right now.
No, I had to put the glasses on because I said last little analyst desk that we had that Arkham Rex and Epic Whale historically got 2 VRs in the last set of games in Season 6.
True.
There you go. So this is just one. Now, game number 12, final game, they're going to grab another VR. It's history repeating itself.
Could you imagine right? We see this point deficit that they're down, right? And all of a sudden they're like, you know what? Let's pick up the pace. Let's just pick up the last 2 victory royales of the day. No big deal, guys. Like, we're just gonna do it anyway.
It's happened before. It's happened before, Panda. I mean, it could very well happen. I think what's so crazy about these 3 trios as well is that very well could go any way. I think it's just going to depend on what happens in this next game, right? Because you have to remember, not only do they have to play cautiously enough to try and, like, survive, but if they go head-to-head again and eliminate each other, they're effectively shutting that other trio down and saying, no, you're locked in 2nd or 3rd place. But check this out, Kelly. 383 points, and really that's not that big a spread across from 3rd place.
Listen, mathematically speaking, Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, they were a 40-point difference. They made up now 20 points. Now they're only 20 points below Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky, who unfortunately went down relatively early. Still, like, they went down in 10th, which isn't that early at all, and they also grabbed 8 eliminations. But that's all it takes to shorten the difference, to have the shooting happening. This is what I wanted to see going into the final game. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, the best players that West has to offer, all going up against each other, and we constantly see them. I can't handle this, Panda.
I can't handle it either. The suspense is actually driving me insane. It is such a close matchup for this top 3, and then you look at 4th, and there's a 99-point difference between 4th and 3rd. Like, what is going on here in the West Coast?
Also, shout-outs to Reet with that incredible solo run. That is part of the reason why they're only 10, 12 points below Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. Reet is, like, I thought Rex was the king of solo runs. It has to be Reet.
Yeah, it definitely does. But look, there's still so much left in this final game, so much on the line in this final game. Like, the suspense is actually driving me nuts. But we got to talk about Arkham Rex and Epic Whale a little bit and how they were rotating through that game, because they were using this vehicle so effectively to start engagements.
Yeah, look at these 2 rotations. Also, great pun there. Arkham actually using the card to just send Jelty so far away. I really hope it was intentional. You saw that Arkham was the only one to stay in the car, with Rex and Epic Whale jumping down to enter this engagement right here. But to both of these teams using these cars for rotations, grabbing eliminations out of the air, this right here is why they're number 1. This is what they're able to do, and just grab everything that they need, regardless of what position they're in, regardless if it's the early, mid, or late game. They are just the kings.
Man, they have done just some impressive stuff. I mean, the way that they started that engagement from start to finish is why they are the kings of NA West. But again, we're going into the final game. They're not in 1st place right now. There's still a chance they could be dethroned, but after watching that last game, it's tough to call here, Zeke.
I'm literally just, like, looking at their stats, right? So if I look at, like, Falconer, Reet, and Chris, who are in 3rd place right now, average placement of 6.18. Eliminations is 64. Next up, 2nd place, Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, 71 eliminations, but an average placement of 6.73. Favs, Kenshi, Snacky, 7.64, but they have 83 eliminations, right? So it's just 2 separate teams trying to operate in different ways. Kelly, this is gonna hit a breaking point in this game.
Well, we saw the breaking point in the last game. Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs had a threshold. They got Storm Surge, and which was crazy to me because they already had 4 eliminations. So why? I don't know if everyone was just doing a bunch of damage in that game, but that was the crack that they needed. That was their armor slowly starting to fall off there. They're going to have to do something different with Cordy Complex, which is surrounded by teams. So I'm honestly a little perplexed why they were below Storm Surge. That is the issue, and they're going to have to make sure that they're grabbing good shots on everyone around them if they don't want to run into a similar situation that they just had.
Yeah, it's going to be tough either way. Look, it's so crazy to think about how close this is and how much still is yet to unfold in this final game. But look, I'm excited to watch this. This could potentially be their chance. Fav's team has placed 2nd historically, time and time again. this could be the chance they walk away with that glorious pickaxe made by Zeke. But we will find out in just a few moments.
Wait, real quick. So, yeah, Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky, they got second place in Season 6 and Season 5, but in Season 5, they were with Chris, who is in the team that's in second place right now. So this just feels serendipitous. This is the best game we could have had.
We'll see. One last time, NA West, Sundown Plate. Take it away.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, and everyone in between. Thank you for sticking with us through what has been, honestly, in my opinion, some of the hypest Fortnite we have had in such a long time. Every region coming down to so many close battles, and after 6 champion trios have been crowned, after 11 matches here in the West, that horse race, we're in the final turn, we're in the last sprint. Everyone is doing everything they can to close that final gap, and here's what it looks like, Clay. Extra Snacky, 33 Kenshi, and Fabsy sitting at 383. They're 20 points clear of 100 Thieves Arkham, Rex, and Energy's Epic Whale at 363, and then third just on that outside, looking to storm and steal it away on the back of Reet's absurd individual solo performances. Extra Reet, 100 Thieves Falconer, and 33rd Chris. And then let's be frank, everyone else is playing for some kind of change in the leaderboard, because the gap between 3rd and 4th is 99 points.
Ooh, that is such a big gap. It seems like we know our auto qualification teams for next season. It seems like we know the top 3 going through.
Yes, we do. Definitively, we can check that. So we can check that story mark off. We know who's going, because the fact that any single one of these trios, and like Fabs and Co, are almost assuredly, at least based on the averages, they're gonna crack 400 points. That's bonkers.
That is absolutely ridiculous. And Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex are going to need to put up a performance of a lifetime if they want to do the impossible. I mean, it seems like now for any region, no one's ever gone 3 times, no one's ever gone 4 times, and if anybody's going to do it, they have the opportunity right now to do so. But it's going to take a lot.
They said you saw the first comeback, Clay, last season. We were able to take it away in match number 11, but have you heard of second comeback? Where not only did they need the match number 11 victory royale, but realistically they need the numbers from either a victory royale or one of those top 2 performances, because that's where we've seen them rack off the eliminations, because they know, smell the blood in the water. The second there's a little bit of chum that's been dipped in there, and they know they kind of have that zone control. We saw it last game when they're able to get right on top of a trio. They'll poke, they'll prod, they'll test their opponents and see, like, hey, can you deal with this pressure? And if the answer is no, then they just collapse and envelop it. That's what makes them so good. But right now, they're going to try and clear out Believer Beach and then hop right on their rotational path, because zone dropped pretty much right on top of that. So they're going to have to look for tags.
Something that they've done really well this season is those rotations. We've hyped it up, and you saw it last game, how well it truly was. Jelty would be in an engagement here against Cube, and Avail does take a little bit of damage, but not much. Only an 11 damage tag, so must have been from a pistol or something. I'm not even sure if there's 11 damages in the game, so takes a little bit of shield damage there. Unfortunate. Is now going to start to drop on through. They're trying to box up, trying to make sure they've got the engagement in their hands, but Jelty gets a little greedy, doesn't control all of the pieces, and now going to take a big shot and has to back off from this fight.
Yeah, and we'll be keeping our eyes peeled in that top left-hand corner pretty much the entire time to see if any of the relevant names go down, but otherwise we're just going to be catching some of the early game fights, as you can expect some of them to be fast and loose, as a lot of players just trying to get through the last one, get their opportunities, knowing that, hey, we need a bunch of eliminations and some placement points if we want to make a change here. Sometimes it's a reason to just kind of go for broke, right? There's nothing else. Like, what's the worst case scenario? Okay, you're already at the kind of placement threshold you're already at that pay level, but if you can get that extra little bump, you can move up the placement board. As we've talked about, there's so many points in the top 3 that the difference of 5 points, 7 points, 6 points, if you're able to just wipe a squad and kind of get that one additional placement, could mean a couple $100 to $1,000 for your team.
And a great fight from Jelty, Chicken, and Andy just to make sure they get those points, and as many of them as they can, I believe, coming into this game at 7th place. And again, everyone below third is fighting for a good amount of points to move up and down. That's where the fluctuation will be outside of third.
Yeah, and what do you care about as a viewer? This is the final game. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in and watching wherever you are watching, whether it is in Party Royale, YouTube, Twitch, any of the viewing parties on the made broadcast. Just thank you for supporting competitive Fortnite in general. Make sure you check out the item shop in-game. Check out the Major Glory, as well as that just sick beat by More Kismet. They absolutely destroyed it on Dreamcatcher. I don't think I have ever gone into a lobby track so fast. It just like hits all of those vibes. But right now, what's hitting the vibes is hopefully this cosmic chest, as you can see them working through, making sure they hit those critical points. And regardless, the ammunition from this is always incredibly valuable, but you're hoping for one of those shotgun rolls to see some purple and to see some of that orange going through. Oh, but a heavy bullet going through, and immediately you never want to risk that up. And unfortunately, one of what is probably the least preferred rolls from some of our competitive players is they get the heavy ARs and just some extra big pots, and immediately gonna hop into that chonkers out IO car and then get away from there. But I'm not gonna lie, Clay, I did a little bit of an IRL dodge there when that kind of heavy bullet snap came through. I was like, whoa.
Wait a minute. That was a close one for sure. They are gonna a shotgun vending machine, and that's probably the best vending machine in the game, because for 50 gold you can get a rare pump, and you saw immediately every single one of them bought it. Everyone.
Yeah, it's such a solid upgrade, and with the default amount of gold that you end up getting in, you're able to consistently end up engaging with it. But now, hopping over, we talked about them closing fights, them needing to find elims, them smelling blood in the water. Well, they smell that blood, and on the other side of it is Defiable, Hob, and Baldy trying to play defensively, but they just, oh my, the pressure they're able to put out. Unless Defiable, Baldy, and Hob are able to pick a direction and go. This pincer maneuver from them is so good. You talk about piece control. Well, you've been boxed up. It's just the box is a 2x2, and they're investing a ton into it, knowing that if they're able to close this gap, it's massive. But again, because this is the last game, those placement points are going to take over a lot quicker. 2 more trios go down, and 5 points is off the board. And don't forget, Babs, Kenshi, Snacky, they are in hold on mode. As long as they're getting placement points, as long as they're on their feet, they don't care. They have a 20-point lead on the 4X champions right now, and they're trying to force them off. And right now, Defiable, Hob, and Co are doing a good job, and we're going to stick with this fight until there's a resolution or until somebody rotates away, because that's all that matters. Unless one of the other 3 is in an engagement, they want this win. And honestly, you want to get kind of box to box with that epic tack on Epic Whale, but you don't want to risk that situation. As you can see, Rex able to get a good shot in there, but they're able to kind of push out towards them. You can see Rex doing a very good job of defensively fighting away. He wants to take bump shots, he wants to trade it out, but nobody is committing. They're not ending up in a situation where they can get wall to wall and get overwhelmed, because honestly, that's the only situation they lose from these fights. But they need to be careful. Baldy's sneaking out the back, and I think they lost track of where he was. Epic Whale is very exposed. Baldy has the opportunity to get it, but no, Epic Whale able to cover it off. And we need to be careful, because riding right around the corner, you see Frappi, you see Symmetrical, and you see Alithi. They're saying, hey, what's over there? And we could get the Weeping Woods of Season 5 all over again, where everyone claps on top of each other, and all of a sudden we have a 3v3v3 for what could be the 4X run.
And they immediately say, no, thank you. No, we are getting out of here. We are disengaging. They used a lot of materials, and albeit for a great reason, but as soon as Alithi was spotted, that disengage needed to come through, and it did, because they know what's on the line. Them, of all people, know as soon as the third party comes in, they have to leave. But they're still keeping a close eye, because they can now be the third party.
And that's particularly because when you look at how they fight their 3v3s, yes, their controlling style is very good, but it leaves them so vulnerable to those third parties that if somebody does time it correctly and they're able to kind of get the shots on one of those key members as they're trying to get kind of that enveloping and pincer strategy going on, it's nearly impossible to recover in that situation, because you have to close the gap to your teammate and box them up to kind of prevent them from being pushed. And if they're already trying to contain one other trio and that trio pushes them down, it's tough. Now we're going to swing on over, because Storm Surge is off. We're not dealing with first round Surge, which again puts a little bit of a crinkle into the game plan, because these teams, while yes, they're going to be keeping track of their own damage, right? You don't get that kind of temperature check now until the 5th zone. You have no idea how much damage you're going to end up needing, and that 5th zone is going to get very awkward if we're above the 50-player threshold.
Kenshi's got to go now. Wheels, Caleb, and Taltai did not want that one player up above him. And Kenshi, if he did not make that move, that was them getting eliminated. And this is worrisome. Caleb, Taltai, and Wheels know they need to make a play early in this game if they want to have a shot in getting to those upper echelon of placement points, rather even upper echelon of placement money, because they are not having the best of runs. They're still performing really, really well and still doing great at 13th place. But if you take down first place, what a statement.
Well, and it would signal the dinner bell as well for Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, Falconer, Reet, and Chris, because all of a sudden, if that first place team, like if Kenshi, Snacky, and Favs do end up falling, all of a sudden, right, there's not as much of this exorbitant pressure to go get all of these eliminations, because if you make it and just get the victory royale, that's a 30-point difference going through, and we talked about it. The difference between third and first right now is 32 points, and if you get a victory royale in almost all of these circumstances, you're getting at least 2 eliminations. I don't think we've seen a victory royale with less than 2 eliminations, maybe in the entirety of this FNCS. I would be wrong, but it's such an absurd... Chris just got sniped. Chris got sniped. Flip over to that immediately if we get an opportunity, because Red was able to get a knock onto Chris. We don't know if there's a shot going through. We heard the heavy bullet popping off, but we need to know if they're able to get the confirmation or if they can get him back up on his feet. Right now you can see Snacky, Favs, and Co. are fine. They are able to get him up. You see the warning on the right-hand side, 28 damage to be below, but only one player needs to fall. Storm Surge isn't going to be in play there. However, Chris is back up on his feet. Thank you so much, observers, for the quick swap over, but just needed to ensure that he wasn't the one going down.
It's because of those reboots coming through. That's why we have Storm Surge. Everyone was fine, and then all of a sudden someone was like, you know what, let's make it a little bit more interesting, bring that Storm Surge back, and now players will get that temperature check like you talked about. They'll get that opportunity to figure out, hey, we're this far above, we're good, depending where they are.
And don't forget as well, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, we're going to keep talking about the number of players who are there as well as the number of trios who are there. We're inside the top 24, which means the biggest chunk of that first placement points, that the biggest individual chunk you get, that +5, it's already gone over to the other team. So Favs, Kenshi, Snacky, boom, you've checked that one off. You got at least the +5 there. That's 5 points that players aren't going to be able to close the gap on. And right now you can see Rex Arkin and Epic Whale, they're stalking this trio. They're looking for an opportunity to jump on pucks of Nick John Co. And honestly, if they take that taxi on a straight line away from, that's so many free shots. Unfortunately, unable to connect with the snipe. They are going to throw some heavy bullets through with that heavy AR and not quite able to connect. So still no eliminations going on, but with the temperature check on the Storm Surge, things get a little bit less awkward for the later game, but we're still just holding our breaths because, as we've seen with our top 3 trios, they've been playing endgame pretty much every single time.
Storm Surge will finally turn off with that, so getting knocked and then confirmed in defeat. And we swap back over, and my initial thought is, why are they still here? But you saw they invested a lot of materials in that fight and didn't really have a way of recuperating them until they got back over to Believer Beach. And with this next zone coming through, they're not on their usual rotation path. They're a little bit behind. Arkham, not going to hit the snipe there. It would have been the go-ahead for a lot more damage for them. And luckily enough, no one has taken advantage of that rotation in front of them. So even though he's throwing these shots off, they're fine on their rotation. They can white light into zone. But they haven't been playing edge of zone this season. This is one of the first times we'll see their edge of zone play.
Yeah, I think they should end up being fine, and just kind of looking through some of the placements while we have a little bit of a breather here. I mean, it's really hard to understate just how dominant of a performance our top 3 have had. Looking at Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky's scores, we talked about kind of their worst games yesterday, still being above placement thresholds, right? With that 23rd place, still getting the +5 and the 17th place, plus the 3 elims. So far today, 10th place, 7 elims. First place, 6 elims. 4th place, 10 elims. 2nd place, 8 elims. 10th place, 8 elims. That is bonkers. And then you go over, you look at Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale. Their worst placement was that 18th place, a 3 elims match. Outside of that, they have 2 11th places. Everything else is inside a top 10, with almost all of them being right around kind of either a 5th or 6th with 2 victory royales. Flipping over to Falcon or Reet and Chris, who is not somebody known for always making endgames. Clay, their worst placements were still the ones we talked about yesterday. The 13th plus the 12th, where you're in the cascading placement points. If you look at their scores today, 7th place, 7th place, 5th place, 1st place, 6th place. We have effectively seen one game There has been one game this entire tournament where our top 3 teams have not made it at least into the moving zones and into the end game situation. Otherwise, all 3 of them have been in there getting cascading placement points or right around the threshold. That is absurd for the course of 12 games, and it looks like we're on that pace again.
Caleb, Topside, and Wills wanted to play spoiler there, but couldn't find Kenshi, Snacky, and Fabs. They're right on the other side, though. This is getting congested. This is uncomfortable for a lot of these trios. They want a little bit more space to operate with, but there's not a lot left on this side of the zone. We'll pan through to see where Chris, Reed, and Falconer are. They're kind of alone on their little island of builds. Zone closes in 30 seconds. They're set up well, but again, they've invested a lot of materials early, and just not sure. It's not here. They had to have done it somewhere else because this is not a lot of build.
Yeah, it's not a lot of builds in this area of the map in particular. Your refarming rate is garbaggio at best. It is just not good. This area gets scrapped so quickly. There's very few sources of metal. I mean, there's a couple fences, a couple trees, but even then, all of the rocks in this area, they aren't those big chunky like plus 22 special swings ones. They're all like plus 8. So it's just like even investing into brick, you're like, oh, I should be fine. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I think I'll find something to be able to rotate through. And that just doesn't end up being the case. But fourth zone drops right on top of Reek, Falconer, and Chris. They're right on the edge, which is generally where you want to be for the fourth zone, because the half in, half out, rather than continue to pull concentrically, ends up going around the outside. And the observers do a great job of kind of giving us the lay of the land. As we see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trios, interior 7 trios if you count the duo towards the bottom, interior to the safe zone. Everyone else is on the outside, so expect some early rotations to get there. It looks like somebody maybe even launch padding. They were moving quick.
Look at the edge of zone. Arkham, Epic, Well, and Rex once again being aggressive. This is a very interesting push, and if this goes wrong at any moment of time, this could be their run. They're trying to find that they know they need eliminations. They know they can't be content with just that victory route. They've got to push. And right now they're just pushing for the zone. They don't want to be too aggressive, but they know that team behind can cause them some trouble.
They have been hawking Nick Jaw, Fluxy, and Puxum this entire time. Oh, but Puxum's right on the other side. That was a monster shot. Arkham just got abused there. Puxum took the entirety of his shield. That was a huge 102 tag, and all of a sudden, their backs are to the zone. This is going to be so incredibly hard. However, he has plenty of excess shields. He's immediately going to be able to top it off, and they want to get aggressive. They will get the check here. We'll see 143 below, but I believe that should update and potentially tick above, but Puxum, Flixie need to be careful as this rotation is towards the outside, and they're drawing a decent amount of attention. Epic Whale is trying to work ahead, but I'm not sure if they know they're in the bush. I think they have an inkling there. Rex, building off, cutting it off. They know they're trying to set a trap, and honestly, I think this is where they go. You can see Puxum taking damage, and Arkham wants to get wall to wall. They're going to take this fight. They're going to look to dive in, or at least get right in on the edge of safe zone, but they need to be careful because shots are already raining from the outside. I'm not sure they can really afford. They can afford to commit to this. There's nobody on their southeastern side. If they didn't have space over there, it'd be tough. But Clay, they're actually below surge. 20 seconds. They need to go. This is it.
Nice shots there from Rex. That's going to put him up a little bit, but still below 101. That car's going to blow up. That's going to be a lot of damage. If anybody's in that wood, they have to keep going. 34. They may have staved it off for now, but they got to keep going. And a third party coming into their third party is going to be awkward. This makes this fight very unfavorable for everyone involved. Shots coming through. Look at how many angles they have. This is so good. If they can get both of the teams there, that would be so good. But I think it was just one. No, they're going in. They're going to get more. This could be 6 eliminations for Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex if they're able to do it. That is a big point swing right there.
What happened there is the team tried to push on the backside knowing that they were pressured by Storm Surge. I think the team on the inside also pushed. Doesn't matter, ignore it. Snacky's down, Babs is down. It's all on Kenshi, our top trio. They held on for 11 games. He hits the launch pad right away. He creates a distance. Throw it up in the air. It's a Yahtzee. It doesn't matter. Everything is coming down the last game. Kenshi is going to have to put up the solo performance of a lifetime. But we talked about it last season. We talk about it every single season. What do Trains, Epic Whale, and his trio and Angels have in common? They go one direction, and they are absolute. Kenshi is trying to hold on, but 2 eliminations in the +5 isn't going to be enough. He has 16 brick. He has 130 effective HP, and he has a dream different FNCS pickaxe, but I don't think that dream is going to come true. It's a nightmare situation unfolding as they get dropped on, as Epic Whale & Co. get gifted, absolutely gifted 12 points, and we're going to stick with Kenshi because this is it.
What a moment. It has happened every FNCS. There's been a moment where Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex have been given it to go ahead with the lead. This could be it. If Kenshi goes down here, the 4th time is even more of a possibility. Kenshi is holding on. You can feel the nerves from them, the tension, it is there. Kenshi is holding his entire team on his shoulder with 16 builds. I don't think he has a launch pad left either.
We do see one in the inventory, but we know he already was able to utilize one. We know for a fact as well that Epic Whale and his trio were able to pick up 6 eliminations. You see Kenshi and Co. have the 2, so you're able to get kind of an 8-point swing going through there. But right now, honestly, we talk about 12 points, and that's the gap, and it's not enough. And you can see that Reet and Co. actually able to get a knock into Hyper. That's in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. They're picking up elims as well. We could get some late dramatics here in West. Again, Kenshi, center of your screen there. He's solo, he's first place, and he's just trying to hold on for whatever placement points. Once to get into that top 17 first, it's +3 there, and then cascading. He's got a sniper rifle out. He's playing the backside of the zone. Playing with a hope and a prayer. Short pad, only has 2 ticks to take the zone. Honestly, couldn't afford to take that. Lands almost directly on top of a box, trying to create distance from himself. Doesn't want to be anywhere near someone. But look at Storm Surge on the right-hand side. He has to pray that people just go down because he's not getting 600 damage. The people aren't going to fall. But as I talk about it, able to get a knock, every single point mattering. If he can get to the side, he's down.
He's on.
He couldn't get the siphon. First place is out. Give us the screen, but they're in danger too. 56 health for the legendary loadout on Rex. They're going to run through. 3 points available if 2 more trios go down. Storm Surge will turn off with 2 trios falling as well. 6 eliminations. The 4-time champs looking to make it 4-time trio champs with the late game surge. Top 17 is +3. Every single trio that drops is +1. It is a battle between 100 Thieves, Arkham, Rex, Energy's Epic Whale, Falconer, Reet, and Chris to try and overtake Fast, Kenshi, and Snacky. And the points are going to pour on. Give us the 2 box and let us see what they're doing.
What can they find? What can Falconer do to try to make a play? Honestly, Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex really need to just hold on and get to that last little bit of moment, that top 10, that top 5 where they will operate. But Falconer, Reet, and Chris want to find elims as well. They need to find the elims because it is not enough to just win for them. They have to play catch up. They were about 40 points behind coming in, 20 there from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. Where are they? What are they doing?
They were 32 down coming into it, 20 from Falconer and Co. But you can see now they're trying to push through. Up on the high ground, there they are. Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale. Nobody is looking up. They're Falconer and Chris are hitting.
I'm going to bed.
They will have the potential to get some more eliminations, but we're pulling into open space. We're not going over old builds. Falconer only has what they're looking to find it. Moni picks up 2 on the symmetrical and Frapline, but with eliminations ticking over, Arkham finds 1. This is going to be it. Rex finds Jagbeer. The 4-time individuals are about to become 4 times trios as we're pulling over the top. Can Falconer, Reet, and Chris steal away the victory royale? But I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Look, Rex is going down. They're sending Rex because they know how good he is. They said, get down, go for any eliminations you can. They're trying to put damage down with Falconer and Chris, but it doesn't matter. You see Moni going down. They're going up. Chris taking down very low. Shots coming through. That's going to be under Rex. That's a big one there. Arkham and Epic Whale really need to clutch up here. They have to keep getting these elims. A win would be so good, but if they don't get the elims, they need to find something that's going to be Jelty going down. Falconer doing so well. Reet doing well as well, but look at the zone. It's in Arkham Epic Whale's favor. Arkham's gonna find another. It's a 3v2. Arkham and Epic Whale need this win right here. They need these elims. They have the tools. Can they do it? Shots come through. That's gonna be Epic Whale going down. Arkham trying to find something. He's getting boxed out. Will it be enough? Arkham goes down. Falconer, Reet, and Chris win.
That's gotta be it. That's got to be it, right? With the 8 eliminations and the victory royale, it's going to be so incredibly close.
I'm unsure. I was doing the math in my head, able to take it down. That's a 36-point swing. We know they got at least enough pushing through. I need to see the leaderboard. Normally, I'm able to definitively call it, but I don't know, Clay. It came down to the absolute final moment, a 3v2 with our top teams, and normally we can confidently say, but I'm sitting here like,
I have no idea either. At that moment, it just was math. I mean, math is going to be the defining factor. But either way, what an amazing finish from everyone here in NA West. What an amazing finals. They made Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex work for it. And so we'll see, are they the fourth time or are they not? We'll find out in moments. But we got to send it back to Zeke, Kelly, and Panda to break it down one more time.
Clay, Sundown, thank you guys so much for the incredible 6 games out of NA West. We're building moments away. It came down to the wire here. 3 teams going head to head. Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale, your 3 times back-to-back champions, looking to make it a 4. Falconer, Rate, Chris, looking to finally take a win away from this seemingly unstoppable trio. The question is, did they do it? Were they able to hold this team back and say, you guys have done it? We're about to find out in just a little bit. Kelly, Panda, this is so stressful.
I have just goosebumps everywhere. I'm sweaty and clammy and I can't breathe. I think I might be having a heart attack right now because everything that we wanted in that last game is what happened, right? We have no idea. With Kenshi going down early, unfortunately dealing with Storm Surge once again, and having Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale on the height, and then Falcon. What?
The 4th time! Back to back to back to back champions, breaking 407 points. They set the record for the most points across all regions this season's finals. I cannot believe that they did the unthinkable, Kelly.
I need to see the leaderboard. We need to see how close this is right now. Oh my gosh.
You're kidding me!
A 10-point difference, Panda.
A 10-point difference defining whether or not they were going to be the 4th time, and they are the 4-time reigning NA West FNCS champions. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale taking it home and taking a big chunk of the prize with them. Oh my gosh, what? Down to the wire. But you know you're feeling it. If you're Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky, going down early in that final is tough.
Oh man, but the fact that they went down early and still were only 5 points behind Falconer, Reet, and Chris, who just grabbed the Victory Royale. Oh, and it happened! All top 3 teams, they got 2 Victory Royales each. That's what I wanted. Everything that I wanted is happening, and I'm the happiest that I've ever been.
So just to break that down, right? Kelly, we were talking about this, and Kelly wanted 6 of the eliminations to go to the top 3 teams, or the Victory Royales, I mean, and they did. So all 3 of those top teams got 2 Victory Royales each, meaning half the games played resulted in Victory Royales to one of these 3 teams. That is just insane to think about.
Oh my gosh, I'm in disbelief right now. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale do it once again, and you saw them slowly going down. The fact that they sent Rex down to grab some eliminations and then he went out, I was like, oh, this is it. They're gonna lose it. They're not gonna get it. But then you, of course, have Epic Whale and Ark still holding up on height. Ark now being the only one as a solo player and still grabbing eliminations. But my goodness, we have to look at all of the Victory Royales that we saw today, starting off with a Liffy, Frappi, and Symmetrical's team.
I mean, just so many great plays taking place. Like this one here, like with Kenshi, Favs getting the Victory Royale, taking Arkham out of the sky, just an impressive shot there. And then, of course, got to jump over to Jelty Chicken and Andy doing an exceptional job, putting in the work, controlling being in zone, not taking unnecessary damage, and ultimately getting this Victory Royale.
Andy grabbing 8 eliminations alone, and speaking about solo players and their performance right here on the low ground, do not give him a pump because you know he's just going to take you out. But here we have it. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale in game 11, holding height, playing just so smart, so easy, and then finishing it off with 11 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, that's just massive to consider, right? And then here it is, this game with Falconer, Ree, and Chris getting the final eliminations, taking that home, but it wasn't enough. It did get them a second place, though, but we have to talk about them. We have to talk about the champs. Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, FNCS champs 15 times between the three of them. That means between the three of them, if you add up all of their championships, they've done it 15 times in total. That is just crazy to think.
Yeah, the 4 times with like they've done it with 3, so that's 12 right there. And then again, they've gone the solo FNCS and the duos FNCS. That's okay. They're the best in the West.
I feel like there's no question, you know? Like, I feel like that is... It's undisputed, but Kelly, something I actually love that you pointed out before, like at 2 games ago, was how the margins were getting thinner and thinner. And now to only have won by 10 points, that's not the significant lead we've seen in the past.
Not just that, not just only winning by 10 points, but it was an 80-point difference between 3rd and 4th after game 10, and then it went down to a 100-point difference after game 11. It is a 115-point difference between 3rd and 4th place right now. Although Arkham Rex and Epic Whale are the kings, Falconer, Ree, and Chris, as well as Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky, are definitely the princes of West.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to agree with you there.
Something like that indeed. But here we go. A look at all of the champions from all 7 regions. Opie, Fies, and GSX coming in from Brazil. We saw that at the top of the show. But my goodness, all around another incredible season of the FNCS. This wraps up Chapter 2, Season 7. Once again, congratulations to every single champion. But we cannot deny Falconer, Reed, and Chris coming in at 2nd. And then Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky. These 3 teams 100 points ahead of the next 4th place team. Absolutely insane. Undisputed the top 3 best trios in NA West. Fortnite fam, we love you guys so much. Thank you for allowing us to go on this journey that is the FNCS. This means that the competition has come to a close. I know, it's sad to say goodbye, but there's always next time. Now, of course, before we do say goodbye, don't forget to give Kelly and Panda a follow. Give Clay and Sundown a follow as well. We love all of the people that help us bring this show to life and talk through all the incredible action that is Fortnite. We love you all so very dearly. Thank you for letting us hang out with you guys, Party Royale. We love you guys as well. And until next time, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.